le ayisolveki, le ibhlungu, le injani, le injani, le yangibamba, le vele ngikhale, right? So
I wish I could do that.
I really have I have really extremely deep crying moments. I don't care if I'm not the coolest. I make this because I enjoy it, and I want to enjoy it with everybody else, right?
Yeah.
I'm no longer part of the politics of who's number one. I don't want to be.
I
was almost in advertising based off of a storylines. I'm not angry at a lot of things. I'm sad more than anything about the fact that, in fact, I wished we hadn't worked together and just remained niggas, like, people, like just, outside.
I guess that's another lesson.
Yeah.
That some people, you like them enough not to want to ruin the relationship.
Exactly.
By having money.
Exactly,
King David Studio podcast.
We have someone I regard as other musicians' favorite musician. And there's a reason I say that, because he's featured on so many songs. I think probably more than Ndate Tshepo-Tshola. Tshepo-Tshola was like, you find him on other people's albums and other people's songs and big songs. Yeah. But I think Kwesta is featured on more than Tshepo-Tshola. Go and do your research. You'll be blown away. Number one. I always thought this voice was fake.
Yeah, I've always figured it was like mistake, like couldn't be wrong. It's not as celebrated as it should be. Well, it shouldn't be as celebrated as it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Sometimes people will go, yo, your voice is amazing. And then in my head, I'm like, but did you hear what I said in the song? Did that not matter? Like, it's like, I get that but, I wrote something. What do you think of that?
There was a lot more effort.
Yeah, it was like, there was more effort into what I was saying than the how, because the how there's nothing I can do about it. So sometimes it's a love-hate relationship.
Ah, man. Yeah. I hope it's more love than hate.
No, it's love. It's also acceptance. I've accepted. I mean, ila, ngavukila.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
I like that. Like ladies saying, so.
I woke up like this.
I hope you've been well.
Not too bad. I don't want to come here and make it seem like, oh, the world is tough, just to get some sympathy, what. I've been all right. I've really been blessed to be content with how my day today is going.
Yeah,
my life in general. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm well.
You come across for me as one of those easygoing guys. Like you don't spend a lot of time worried about the next type of shoes to buy and the next type of. You come across as that guy who whatever.
I like time. Right? I like spending time with either people or giving my time to people.
Yeah.
I prefer human connection than things. So I don't have things that I particularly like. If you ask me, what are your favorite shoes? It would be because I have them in the closet somewhere. Not necessarily because right now I'm budgeting to get those shoes because they are the ones to get.
They're the most. They are the one people are talking about.
Yes,
whatever.
Yes. So I've never really been attached to things more than I am to people. I get attached to people, which sometimes it's been both good and bad. It's been both good and bad because sometimes masispan and we're working together and we're making music or whatever it is we're working on. I get attached to the person more than the efforts that they put in.
Yeah,
right? And then it ends up affecting everything because I'm so in love with the human being. I'm like, I was all right. And the efforts I almost dismiss. So
what are the traits you fall in love with in humans? Because humans are, fallible. Humans by their nature, they're likely to do something wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes they surprise themselves also.
But it's also because I expect not expect, but I've allowed myself to know that I also do some wrong.
Okay.
Right. It's not perfection that I look for in people. It's just how they are, how they treat other people. Right. You see, with our industry or with the media industry, you're very quick to kind of fall into ayingisikhokho mina ngiyicelebrity mangivela baya scream mangivela kwenzala and then ukhohlwe ukukhuluma nabantu. You just forget how to interact with people. So more than anything I look for how people interact with other people, regardless of status or the stature or whatever.
So you're not a celebrity?
I've tried to say no to this question, but I don't think it's up to me to
celebrate yourself.
Yeah, because, I mean, there are people who celebrate you. And I guess if that's what makes you a celebrity, then I am celebrated by people. There's people who will go, yo, I back Kwesta on anything. He's
so
my
you got
favorite.
people like that?
Yeah, there are definitely people like that, And so it's not up to me to decide. But I don't follow any sort of celebrity way if it's been there. And if I do, it's by default. It's not because, I went, I want to live my life like this because I really try to stick to what I know and what I like, instead of when you're here at this level, this is what you're supposed to like. When you're here, this is what you're supposed to drive.
So nothing's really changed.
Not a lot outside of the fact that there's a popularity thing. I'm famous, right? There's that.
You live with it.
I walk out of the house and someone will recognize you. The only thing that's changed is that. It's really the reaction of the people. I don't think I've necessarily changed, at least not on purpose. I've changed with age. When you grow, you don't like certain things anymore, and you outgrow certain things.
Interesting you say that, because I'm starting to feel older. And I'll admit, I've been resisting. not that my behavior, I like umuntu thanda strat or whatever. Fortunately, I've been lucky that I don't care for that streets and all of that. Yeah. But I'm starting to realize that like a good man, no. And so what is it about yourself? What are these things that you've noticed about yourself that you feel, all right, I'm older. I know this. I've changed.
First, I must say I feel the same in terms of me. I mean, you look at like Minangene, like I like music generally. But ngene hip hop, which is a very young man's game, right? It's a very young man's game. I think when I got in, I was 18 years old, and I'm 36 today, right? So the newest guy is probably 16, 17, so I also feel like could be 12. Yeah, but I also feel like, hey man, but with that, I think it's not even just age. It's like, it's not that I don't like what maybe younger people are doing, is I just would not like to participate in going out as much, in being in hip hop is club music. A lot of it is birthed in clubs and
even the gigs.
Even like I prefer bigger festivals than I do a club.
Wow.
Right? I prefer where I can play with a band than when I can do a backtrack. That's when I feel like I can really express what it's about. Exactly, right? Exactly. But also I don't mind letting go of that, because also with having been in the clubs, having been here in Indwana, I wanted to be in the club so I could just rap to the guys that were listening to me, the guys that were my age, the guys that are my peers. But now the guys that are my age and my peers are not in the club anymore. So but I don't want to have a confusion of who I'm rapping to.
And you can't be rapping to your kids as well.
No, exactly. Yes, I can't begin to. I can say I know what it's like to be your age, but I can't act like or pretend like, yeah, we know the same cool. We define cool the same way.
You say cap. You say cap.
Well, no cap. No cap.
Do you say that?
No, not a lot. Not in conversation. No, I say it in joke form. Like,
okay, like we're doing now.
Yeah, like we're doing now. No cap.
Yeah, so you can't be saying it.
No, I don't. I don't have a lot of people around me that speak like that. So it would be like a lot of the time. Unless it's always great to keep younger guys around you in terms of just creatively. When I'm making music, I'll have younger, like my drummer is about 5 years younger than me. There's a guy with the camera is about 10 years younger than me, and so there's always young blood to kind of make the music connect in one way or another. So I get a sense of, oh, this is what you're all about. But
they would say we don't say that now.
Oh yeah. No, I don't let them mess with my words. They can mess with everything else.
Not your words.
No, not my words.
You
my
don't
words
say coach and 19 months.
If I ask that, it's to kind of turn it around to go,
Oh.
yeah, it wouldn't be to use and go, I want to speak like that. But for research purposes and for, I have to be aware of what's happening, but I don't have to do what is happening. I don't have to pretend that I'm not 36 years old. And I don't want to look like a 36-year-old trying to be 20. I really don't. That's why I don't have a problem with letting go of
your youth,
of my, maybe not all the youth in general, of the cool of hip hop, of being in hip hop, right? Of it being a young man's game. I'm okay with just it's a young man's game, and I know that. And when I'm playing, I'm just playing for this. It's in my blood. It's what I do. I love doing it, but I'm not really trying to chase the new guy's spot. I'm like, yo, take your spot.
Shine.
I'm not chasing spots anymore.
You're not chasing
provide music
and Blackie.
No, not at all. I love them to bits. I think their stuff is unbelievable. But I'm not really chasing any of their spots. I've gone through that. I've had a spot, then moved out of the spot, then lost the spot, then regained it, and now I'm like, I'm not about spots. I'm really
we'll talk about the dynamics of having the spot, losing the spot, because it can work on the mind as well.
Oh
it can mess you up a little bit. Some don't survive it, and some make it through, and some shoot themselves. So it can be really crazy.
It can.
You turned 36 now, like 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Yes, on the 11th of August.
What type of people are Leos, if that matters?
So my dad was also born in August, on the 13th.
Okay, wow,
August.
Right there.
Like I'm on the 11th and he was on the 13th. I was almost his birthday present, but I came in too early. I was like, and so I have a lot of similarities with my dad in terms of his personality, and he passed away a couple of months ago.
Oh, no.
About 2 months ago.
Wow.
He passed away about 2 months ago. Man, but I mean, he's if anybody who's met my dad and has met me always goes, hey, Lewu, like there's like, and my brother too, right? But my brother was born in April. He's in April 15th.
Okay.
Aries.
You can't get it wrong.
Aries.
Jeez, you know them that well. I know the ones that matter.
I try. I actually only know the ones that of people whose birthdays
That's
I know.
it. It's the same with me. That's why I know
I don't know anyone in that, but I won't know what the star sign is.
Yeah.
So he's Aries, but we have similarities also. Like he's also faced the same thing where if you've met him and you had met my dad, they'd always go, I'm Enyafana, So I don't know if there's personality traits for August people, because I'm just like my brother. My brother was just like my dad, and my dad and I are Leos, and then Aries na ifana nathi, so if there's personality traits that are similar.
But what are those similarities with your dad?
The walking into a place and just not being loud and not wanting to be, in fact, almost avoiding being noticed.
Whoa.
Sitting in your corner, but when you sit in your corner, somehow, some way, garner or get the attention of the room, just because why are you sitting in your corner? When everyone's really trying very hard to be noticed. And so my dad was like that. Like he'd come in, he'd sit, and then about 2 hours later, everyone's gathered around him. Right? You don't know what happened. I think I have the same trait in general. I don't like to be the loudest, and I'd like to sneak into a room and and quietly sit wherever I am and maybe have one conversation or two. But 9 times out of 10, the gathering ends up happening wherever it is that I am. So I don't know what you call that or what that is about, but I noticed that and know it about myself. We're also not loud. We'd rather. So the difference between my dad and I would rather not say right now, if I have a problem, my dad would rather not say. Right?
And how do you deal with problems then? In that sense,
I would say, but only after the issue. Almost
Okay.
like if sneaking a manje, I was like, okay, bese yabona. Let
Let me tell you something. Let me interject because it's important. And,
Yeah.
and I'm glad you told me this. I dated someone who was born on the 12th of August.
Oh,
And that was one of our biggest problems.
oh yeah, the holding things in.
That very thing.
Yeah.
It was a serious problem.
I-
Then how do I know? I
That's
can't
true.
read you. And because I always believe that people who are holding something in, your body will show it. Something about you is going to show it.
Yeah. So it's not a quality that I would. I don't even know if it's a quality. It's because sometimes it saves what we're doing
In the moment.
In the moment, right? But later on, it has to be offloaded, right? One way or another.
Exactly.
And sometimes if you don't, so what I've learned is to actually do it on purpose, so it doesn't spill out itself.
Ah,
right?
so you say, I'll tell
I'll say,
them
yes,
tomorrow.
I will say it tomorrow. I need to remember. But also, these are things I learned in time. Normally, when I was growing up, I never said anything. I never had a problem with anything. Everyone thought I was the most amazing person because he never has any problem about anything. He never said anything about anything. He doesn't complain. He doesn't
But
say.
you had a problem
But I had
with-
problems about certain things. I just wouldn't want to say because I would always feel like I was already mushy mood. Answer the picnic and this, that, and yabona get 100. And then, as in, let's keep it moving, deal with it, right? So I'd
I'm
always be like
triggered
that.
right now. All this is a trigger. Serious trigger.
And so I get it. I understand that. That it's triggering. But-
Because I would want to say, and you, at least you say, you set a date when you're going to talk about it.
Oh yeah, at least if not a date, a
no.
time, or well, I'd always go not now.
In a romantic relationship,
Even
it's
in a
going
romantic
to
relationship.
come up after 12 months.
So now I'm married now, right?
Yeah.
Which means then Bang Chola, and now then it doesn't really matter. It's like we'll talk about it or we won't, or whatever.
Yeah, let's move on.
It's life.
Yeah.
But now I'm married, so it becomes important to say it, right? It becomes not even useful, vital to. If you don't, you are actually we are mosh.
That's
So
it.
it's better if you say than not, right? And I learned this through therapy, right? Went to therapy when lockdown happened. I'd never been to therapy before. I'd
Yeah.
never done anything like that.
We'll get
I'd
there.
always thought-
I learned through the grapevine.
Man, hey, never talked about belung. Man, inkinga is ngishaya unyana bese ngiright ngiyakhohlwa.
Heineken.
But as you grow, you learn that that's really not the way. So, but now in my marriage now, I do still have a not at this moment, but we will, and it will happen that we discuss maybe how I feel about a certain
We
thing.
can't leave it.
I suffer from immediately telling you how I feel when it happens, but I don't suffer from knowing how I feel. I want to be able to say it and only say that, right? Because a lot of the time I've found that when people have an argument or a fight, it normally doesn't become about what the thing is about. You use
a very soft word. That's soft, my man.
And we lose focus of what we talk about. So in my head, because I can't show the emotion of irritation or anger immediately, I kind of take the thing, and then at a later stage, I'm able to kind of address the actual thing and not the emotion of the thing, right? And address the issue, right? Because a lot of the time, I think we speak about, here's how, instead of saying, this made me angry, instead of discussing this, you want to discuss the anger,
Yes,
right? And
of
go,
course.
I got this angry and but you forget
I
what
broke the TV
yeah,
because of you.
Young tall, and so I try and not discuss the emotion of the thing, but discuss the thing, and maybe I will express the emotion with I felt angry, but I'm not going to dive deep into how I felt because I don't think that helps the situation.
That came with age, though.
Yeah, it definitely came with age. I mean, Masbangane, Yazi nana ngizokushaya. Yazi the way ngikwatise ngakhona boy. The way angifuni kanjani. Your boy yabo. And that's all you talk about. Awusho ukuthi wenzeni umuntu. You just wanna let it be known how you feel about.
Put that in a relationship. It's very explosive.
Exactly. Then that becomes and now we're talking about you're angry. No, I thought I was right. I thought, but we're not talking about what happened. And sometimes we think we're dealing with the thing when we're dealing with our reaction to the thing.
Yeah.
And then we end up talking about that. So with age, I kind of try. I've been trying now to kind of speak and go, hey man, 1, 2, 3. Anginganywanga ngoba ngeke ngafila kanje mawenza kanje yabo kuyenza kanje. Kambani or why yabo asixoxe, right? Because I don't think there's a solution in immediate reaction.
And also there's no solution in harboring.
Oh yes.
What you're going through.
So you have to commit and to the promise of I will say it and we will talk about it.
This is therapy.
You don't
for
even
me,
have to
man.
tell.
This is therapy for me, just so you know.
It's therapy for me. I really thought we were just gonna dance here.
Nah, never.
Yeah, no,
never.
So
Wow.
It's like a lot of the time we want to discuss how we feel because our feelings are important to us. Right? It's important to me that I'm angry, and I want you to know that I'm angry, which is cool. You can let me know, but what's more important than how angry you are is what made you angry. What's the message that I need to deliver to you, the person who made me angry, is the what, so that there could be a change. Because if I only tell you I'm angry, then that's all I know. You're angry, askis.
Sharp. Let's have ice cream.
Sasu uyayiphinda lento engikwatisile. I'm angry again, askis.
Let's have ice cream.
Yabo inkinga ukuthi man ngiloko ngitshela ukuthi ngikwatile. Angitshela ukuthi ngikwatiswa yini.
And so singayenzi food.
Singayiphindi.
Ngoba then we'll know that
the exactly, right? And it's small things like that I've learned to kind of say because I've always been trying to save the face of the room or the
moment.
The moment.
I think it's more the moment.
Okay. Ringa later. But you have to keep that promise. You'll ringa later. If you want to ringa later, sharp. And if you want to let it go now, which I've always felt has helped me in terms of also articulate better how what it is that made me angry and find it. Because if I react in that anger at that time, I won't be able to find what made me angry. I will just find anger. Everywhere I look is just anger. And all you'll see from me is anger.
And it's easy to find
time
it.
To go, okay, shit. Right? But that comes with time and age.
We've learned something. I've confirmed something. Yeah. Are you a crying man? I had tears close.
Yes and no. Like, so when even when I say and speak about the whatever feelings I'll have, I will not cry in that moment or like now I lost my dad, right? And I didn't really cry a lot, I cried the first time I cried, I think he had passed on for a couple of days. Right before the funeral, when my mother held me and told me to cry, right? She hit my back and I said I wasn't going. And as soon as she kind of, it just, right? It just poured out, and I was in her arms, and then she left me there to kind of just take it all out. And as soon as she was gone,
yes,
so sometimes I gather it all up.
Sure.
And
that's the worst kind.
And then sit near one and just kind of go, "Yabona manje," like consciously so, like manje, yakhala. No, yohlala la. Aba le ayisolveki, le ibhlungu, le injani, le injani, le yangibamba, le.
Let's bring them together.
Felenkhali, right? So
I wish I could do that.
I really have. I have really extremely deep crying moments. But I don't have them when one would typically expect them. Right? It's like, it just when it happens, it fully happens. Like I cry for everything. But I would have banked a lot of
a lot of pain and frustration.
So So when the tears want to do, when the tears want to come out, and
Justice.
or pain makes a withdrawal, and then the tears have to come out, and they do. They come out.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Tell me about your upbringing, and this question is really refers to the household. When you were born in August, what day was it? Do you know? Some parents tell us.
It was a Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday
at 9:00.
What?
Yeah,
Morning.
Wednesday 9:00 in the morning.
Yeah,
in the
people had
morning.
to rush, mus.
Yeah, I think Nakona, I took my time. I played because I think mom rushed to the hospital the day before on the 10th, and then I only came out on the 9th.
What in
Yeah, and yeah, man, plum. Melele 11. Extend.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm coming.
Yeah, ngiyazwakala. When I plum on it, abakness and you'll be right.
Yeah.
Ngiyeza ngo-9.
Wow.
Yeah.
When she tells you the moment, what does she say?
It was in Mpumalanga, I think.
Okay.
It is in Mpumalanga or far close to in Mpumalanga. It was at Delmas Hospital, I think.
Yes, okay.
And she was teaching there, right? And I don't think she had taken any leave.
Oh no.
Things like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
it
daughter.
was.
Wasn't
Or she had
sure.
just done that the week before,
Okay.
or something like that. But it wasn't what the doctor had said. It wasn't the time that the doctor.
They didn't
had
know
said,
that
right?
well.
Yeah, also back in the day,
then,
right?
yeah.
It's 36 years ago. They can't really, and so, but I mean, she was a working woman at the time. She wasn't on holiday or anything, just chilling, waiting for me to come out, and when I decided to come out, there was a whole lot of, there was a rush type of thing situation. How, at least as far as she tells me, and as far as we've spoken about it. But as far as how she felt, I don't know. We actually haven't had that conversation. I need
If
to
this was
have that
an
conversation
exciting
now.
moment.
How did you feel, Mom? Did you feel another one? Because I'm the second born, right?
Okay.
Yeah, like nangulona manish ayilomnyama or candle gaga or something. I don't know.
I
how
hope
she
it
actually
was
felt, but I mean, as far as I know, every one of I have 3 siblings with my mother and my mother's side. I have an older brother and a younger sister, and I'm the middle child, right? And as far as I know, all the births were pretty okay. I think the last born kind of gave my mother problems a little bit, but generally, I think it was I came in here smooth. I was like, hey, man.
I'm ready to be here.
Yeah, I was ready to be here, and I
yeah.
think she also was ready to accept that I'm here.
Yeah. And do you think, reflecting back on that moment and fast forwarding to many years ago now in your career and all of that, that your mom is actually proud of this production of hers?
I think so. Yeah. In fact, I know so. Right?
Is it something she says?
Yes. That's why I changed from I think to in fact I know. She's told me many times how proud she is of me. And she's told me many times how scared she was for me in the beginning of the thing, right? Because she didn't know what the hell this was. It's like, when you want to do something that there's no reference for around, even in her friends, like her
Nothing.
friends, it's like no.
They know Michael Jackson.
Exactly, right? They know what they know, and not around them does a thing like that happen. Who wants to make music? I mean, yes, you can sing, Jay, in the choir maybe, but
like
what
her.
do you mean? Yeah, like her, like Endlin, and then uvuke esikoleni and told him sevens, so she was scared in that regard, and she had said this to me, and but with that, it turned into, because I think she kind of switched from wanting safety for me to kind of just going, let me just focus on what he wants. Let's maybe try and
that's her
open
saying,
avenues let's just support however we can. We don't know how because we've never seen this before, but maybe as focus as born, if he needs this, let's do that. If he needs to go somewhere, let's do that, and I think that switch was very big of her, and very, this is a field that, again, there's no reference for La Elokshin, our next door neighbor is not a musician. No one. It's like, What do you
Dude,
mean?
I've been on radio for 24 years. There's still no reference.
You're still the only guy.
I'm the
on
only
radio.
reference.
Exactly.
There's no one I can refer to and say, other parents are using me as reference. So there was nobody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's probably what it is now for me when I think the kids that now want to make music probably use me as reference, right? Around the hood. And they go, I'm just like Usenzo, you know, this is what I'm trying to do, you know, which is a dope thing, you know, but it also took the bravery of my mother but also I fought for that bravery, you know. I'm not trying to put my mother under the bus here, but I fought for that bravery because
Why do you say that?
I went to some extreme measures to kind of show how serious I was with the thing. I ran away from home.
What?
Yeah, I went sahlala.
Let's pause 1 second and go. I like, you know, when you watch American Matters on Netflix, they would say that. That's what you just said. And then
yeah.
And go to the beginning of the problem. When you brought up this thing in the house.
Yes.
What was the reaction? When you first brought it up, that, hey.
So I say, and because it's not even just that, because initially it was whatever. It was okay, yeah.
Like udlala ibhola.
Yeah, because being ibhola.
I know that. Yes.
Right?
So it was exactly like that.
It was exactly like, you got another hobby. Shout.
It falls in gumboots, dancing, karate.
Yes.
Into zasekasi. Go do that.
Go do, you know, and
that is better than drugs or
exactly. As long as nje wenza lento kuthi ngiyayazi or akuyazi, as long as uyenza and ufunda on this side, you can do whatever you want, right? And then a friend of mine, Utona, Marathon Ntlantlantlali, also used to play soccer. He would want me to say that because he always says, "Uthi le gama la Dona kalitholanga estradini, ulithole ground."
Okay.
Marathon. And so he was like one of the first people Elokshin to have a computer, right? And as much as I like this music thing, I'd never really could record it anyway. I just, you know, I'd imitate other rappers and kind of learn their songs and stuff like that. And then Utona had a computer and he had this thing, Fruity Loops, which is like a software we can make beats from. And he was starting
It's
to
called
mess around.
FL now.
FL, yes. FL Studios.
It's behind trap and behind my piano.
Yes.
It's the reason those sounds, they come from that stuff.
It is actually FL now. And everything comes from there.
Exactly.
Eventually, in fact, in the beginning, a lot of people said, man, forget FL.
Dude.
We want Cubase or Reason or anything propeller head or...
You don't know.
You know, and they played down
I'm from there.
Oh, yeah.
I still have the box.
For real?
Yeah, Fruity Loops. Because I get to that, you used to buy it from a shelf.
It wasn't like a
Like
download thing. Yes,
I still have the box of Fruity Loops.
Oh, that's
I bought
amazing.
it in 2001.
That's crazy.
Do Masilela's music, I would think and so forth.
Yes.
Some of them I think were done from Fruity Loops. So that's
the Fruity Loops was always amazing.
Exactly.
Right? Because it was accessible, it was kind of seen as cheap. You need the other stuff.
That's it. Anyway,
So he had that. And when he had that, he started messing around with beats and things like that. Like, it was very terrible beats.
Of course.
Yeah, extremely bad beats. Yeah, very bad. He didn't know what a snare was or where it goes. Just put it together, you know. I also then started, because I was doing this whole, so SKL in high school, I was always fascinated by language.
Wordsmith.
Right. And I think, well, that's where that came from. Because instead of numbers, I then chose words, so English was one of my favorite subjects. And I was really amazing at it. Like, it kind of, you know, make me stand up and give examples of creative writing. Whoa. I was amazing creatively, at least, not you know, historically, or I can't tell you anything about Shakespeare, you know, but I can create something from the language that might
even
be
from his language.
Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so with that, I used to write speeches for even other students, and that kind of, you know, grew into poetry. You know, I used to, there was a segment on radio, I think it was on YFM or something, where they had poets who would come up.
If it was there, it must have been Rude Boy Paul. I promise
think it was
you.
Rude
If
Boy
it was
Paul,
there,
yes, and
only he would do
Unati,
something like that.
Yes, Rude Boy Paul and Unati, and Sansa, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. But yeah, they even had the intros, "Take Me Away," or the outro.
Okay.
Oh, I beg you, Father, need I. It was like my favorite show, right? And they'd have like poets come in and go, and so I really liked that. I was like, yo, so I started getting into this poetry thing, and I started writing some, again, I must say, very terrible poetry, very cheesy high school stuff, you know.
It's fine.
You know, but I was fascinated by it, you know, and so I started doing that, and then no one knows actually. I just have this book that I write in. You know, and you know, pack this book, disc, you know, and but Donna, because he started making this thing, I'm like, as Donna. Do you think we are going to record I got record, but I so told him how and he figured out how to record. And so I started doing that poetry I was writing onto some of the beats that he was doing, right? And we thought it was amazing. I doubt it was. Now that I think back,
I wonder if it's still there somewhere.
I hope so. I doubt it, but I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope we can find it somewhere. And so that kept happening, and then nasendlini kwaba-ke nechance ukuthi kuthengeke necomputer endlini.
There you go.
So makuthengeka necomputer, so sinokuya kudona sinokuza la kimi.
Asitholele futhi sifake ngayi.
Yabo, isibambe nje ngithumele boy.
Yeah.
So I'm getting better and better at this, and then it's starting to now, you know, the beats are also taking shape.
But is it hip hop to you? What is it? Because there's also slam poetry. There's also stuff like that where you just put words to beats. You know, in the back in the days, that's what used to happen as well.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
At first, it wasn't hip hop. That wasn't the idea. You know, I mean, I grew up Kwaito. I liked a lot of Kwaito, and I liked R&B music, right? But I was never really huge on hip hop until I was, right? Until a certain point when this things started changing into, when the beat started taking shape, and I was like, okay, then I started getting into, I mean, I'd known hip hop songs, I'd liked them, but I was never really the guy that was going to do it. But me doing it is what made me fall in love with it, right?
Yeah.
And so I kept doing it, and I knew I was bad compared to the other things I was hearing, but because I liked Eminem, I'm liking Tupac, I'm liking, you know, Jay-Z and all these things, of Squatter Camp, and maybe Squatter Camp was slightly a bit later, but yeah, because then I get exposed to the local scene and stuff. But at that time, I'm like, now, I think I'm the bomb or whatever, right?
But that takes a while.
That does
to
take a long
sharpen
time.
that. Yeah.
The thing is, what helped is that I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't compare it to anything. It was always just something that then morphed into when the beats took shape. Nami, I started getting on beat.
You needed better beats. You needed better beats to get better at your rap.
Exactly. And so I started, now it became rap. Now it wasn't me taking this poetry I was doing and putting it on beats. Now it was rap. It was music. It started to sound like what we're hearing on radio.
Who was getting better? Were you, as much as you were getting better, was Donna getting better?
Yes. We were both getting better at the same time. Like it was really like just moving together. And then what actually even took it even further, like 2 streets away from my house and a street away from Gaboton, Ezenzo Street, which was Senzo Street, I'm pretty sure it was, which is my name. It was definitely named after me. I don't care what anyone says.
They call it Zenzo.
It's Z. I think they spelt it wrong because I think they started making. They made that street was named in 1989, and I was a year old. They came to the house and asked us our names. I live on the corner of Mfundo and Sizwe.
Okay.
Mfundo is my second name. Sizwe is my brother's name.
Come
the next
on.
street has to have been Senzo. Now it's Zenzo.
It's Zenzo.
You know? Anyway.
Spelling error. Itembisa nekhaya lami.
Itembisa khaya lami.
Right? Spelling errors.
Yeah. And so on that street, kwafika abafethu AMS, right? There was a group of kids, just a group of guys who like music, and their dad had kind of got them this house to kind of just do it, and now they have equipment. They have computers with the professional speaker. When I'm saying we're recording, not on, we're using this call center type microphone with the earphones.
And you're hearing the sound only in the headphones.
Immediately, and you are saying it.
Or the computer speaker.
Yes, I think the computer used to come with these two little small speakers. So you turn these off so you can only hear it here. And when you play back, you turn these back on. And it never sounded great.
No.
But we kind of felt it was getting better than what it was. So you can imagine how terrible it must have been in the beginning. So afika machite. Makufika machite EMS, then we start kind of recording properly.
It even has a name, this EMS.
Yeah,
thing.
EMS. It was Africa's most southern records. They had a plan. They were like, we didn't know what we're doing. We just now eventually just got into this rap thing. We like it, you know. And they were far advanced, right, in terms of we're a group of guys that do this. We've recorded songs. We have this is an artist we work with. That's the producer. Wow. That's the
they had a vision.
They had everything. And mind you, this is 2 streets away. I wouldn't have been exposed to anything like this if it didn't. So
if it wasn't that close.
You know, it's bringing it closer to me.
Damn it.
Right? And so we approach the guys, go to them and go, obviously we're assuming there's charges and things like that to record. I know they tell us the price is sharp, okay, cool. And then they say, we also make beats if you want us to make a beat.
Okay.
We said, no, we got our beats, you know, and try to play the beats.
Is that a beat?
Like, my dog, where's the snare? It's like, what's that?
Where are the chords?
Where are the chords? What do you chords? I mean, you press this thing. You say, do it. No, it's like
wing. Oh boy.
It was terrible.
Wow.
Right? And so yeah, so they kind of said we'll make the beats, and then I think after a couple of weeks or maybe months even after we'd raised some money to kind of record, went there, and the first recording we did on a beat that they had. After that recording, Omex and then spoke to me afterwards and said, "Bro, I remember we were walking to." Because it's my public phone container. Yeah, we're walking from the studio and he was going to make a call, someone, and it was during the night. And he was kind of saying to me, bro, I think we're blind, you know, I think you're dope. I don't think, forget the charge. You know, you can come here, you can record. Yeah.
What?
You can come here, you can record, and
he's playing A&R now.
Figure it out.
He's seeing an artist.
He's like, yeah, exactly. He's like, he's seeing things. I'm really just trying to enjoy. Playback is the biggest thing I want. I just want to play it back and kind of go, oh, that's me. Just to my little 5 friends here, you know. And he's seeing like this, like, yo, bro, come here, come record. We'll see what we do. We'll figure it out as we go and things like that, you know. And that's how then our relationship starts, you know. And that's when it starts becoming serious, right? I think I've digressed a lot.
No.
That's
but we know where you're going.
Yeah, that's when it really starts becoming a thing, you know, because even with the beats, Donna can come and make beats anytime. I'm also starting to mess around with making beats, and we're recording. Like, they literally just said, doors open, guys.
Walk in.
Right? Yeah, which, you know, is a chance you don't get a lot, right?
It's that God example
exactly.
when he puts it there.
Yeah, he's like, yo, let me...
let's see what you'll do with this.
Let's see what you'll do with this, you know? And so we go there. So that was our lives. We'd pretty much wake up and go there. Literally every day, did nothing else. At that point, I'm like,
so this thing is taking over.
This thing is taking over completely, right?
Iskela, what's going on?
So, and then my lento saying, right? This is when I'm starting.
Now it's hip hop.
Now it's hip hop, and now there's this thing that's instilled in me that I can do it. I've seen strangers who have told me I can do it.
And when you say
right,
they'll always say,
I know, dog. Yeah, but I mean, can't spit that song, right? But you know,
that's why I don't
these
listen
are guys
to
who
my
don't
friends.
have to say anything nice. They can just record what you want via. Right? And,
come back again. Who's who paid trickly?
Yeah, who's right? So these guys had said very nice and favorable and very nice things about what I was doing.
Yeah.
So I started believing it. right? And I go, okay, maybe, I record like I think at Avis, I don't know, we did over 100 songs, right?
What?
Yeah.
Any of them ever made it publicly? Any of those
Eventually-
early songs?
Yeah, eventually there was when I would go on to work with E Paraping, which is Slicker and Sugar Smacks, there was a mixtape and some of the songs were on the mixtape,
Okay,
you know.
okay.
And one of the first songs I ever got airplay of mine was a Sharp Fade, which was done at AMS, you know, produced
Imagine
by
that.
Big Dreams Producers Playground, which is the AMS guys.
So it did work.
It did work. It was my first intro to the game. The first time I was ever on radio was always through AMS stuff. right? It
Imagine.
was
Did they
always the
produce
AMS stuff.
other artists other than you?
At the time,
the
they were
time?
working with there was a vocalist, an R&B guy, UTP. Right, he used to feature a lot with the R&B. I mean, rap guys. Like I know he's got a bunch of songs with El Tito.
Oh.
So he was always like in kind of the situation, and they did a bunch of other things for the local guy. I mean, there was always a Togoza.
It's right there.
Right?
Yeah.
So they've influenced a lot in terms of the come up culture of hip hop in the East, right? At
Interesting
least in my time.
how that's so important. Because those are pioneers.
Yes.
And when you see them in the moment, they don't look special. They always look special in retrospect.
Yes, the moment and even in retrospect, it's the moment that feels special, right? Because they look like just some brutes in any case. We all never look the part until we until we pay attention to what is being created in that part, right? In
That's
that
it.
moment, and that becomes a thing. But that's always in
Always.
retrospect. Always like,
It's always a rearview mirror.
that was special, right? I can't believe what, you know? And half the time you react to it with more respect or enthusiasm in retrospect than you did at that moment. At that moment, you just press play and go,
Yeah. And you
"It's
move
dope,"
on.
right? Yeah, then you move on to someone else. Kanti, that was the special thing.
It's interesting how life and time works because you almost feel like you wish you would fast forward the moment quickly and see how it all turns out.
Oh yeah,
And then go back
and go.
say,
Okay,
all right, let's keep
this
doing
is gonna
this.
work. Yeah,
Let's keep doing it.
That's true. That's
But you
actually
can't.
great.
That's the
But you
thing
can't.
about
Yes. So that's why everything is always in retrospect. So this is why it's important to kind of try and always be in the moment, regardless of whatever. Just try and be there and be present.
So the moment works. Because if you're half in the moment may not work
Oh yes,
because you're not
yes.
quite here.
Yes,
You're either worried about the past or the future.
Or the future, yes. You're 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
That's
right?
it. So
and you're not fully there. It's like making songs now. It's always again. I digress.
No,
but
don't
I'll just
worry.
make
We
this
got
quick.
it. I got
I'm working
you.
on
Here's my
music
skill.
right now, right?
Here's
Yeah.
my skill, so you know. I don't lose track of the conversation.
So smooth.
It's a rare skill that I have.
Yeah, amazing.
So yes, carry on. You're saying what happens now in the moment with the creative music now? Do you think there's a loss of the moment?
I'll speak about me. I don't know about any other artists, you know, because I don't know what they feel at the time. You know, as much as I can work with artists, I'm not sure what they actually feel like at the time. What happens with me, what do I want to do and what do I think they want to hear from me?
Okay.
Right? Which makes me lose the moment of me making something
That's it.
of any value, right? Because in the back of my head, I want this to be sellable. And
that's not the
somewhere
moment.
in my head, I want this to be something I like. And sometimes what is selling is not what I like. So what do I do? Do I compromise this or do I compromise that? And then we end up really not doing anything or doing something. And when you play it back, you're like, they'd probably like that, but I hate it. What happens with me, what do I want to do and what do I think they want to hear from me?
Okay.
Right? Which makes me lose the moment of me making something
That's it.
of any value, right? Because in the back of my head, I want this to be sellable. And
that's not the
somewhere
moment.
in my head, I want this to be something I like. And sometimes what is selling is not what I like. So what do I do? Do I compromise this or do I compromise that? And then we end up really not doing anything or doing something. And when you play it back, you're like, they'd probably like that, but I hate it. The fuure and the present than the past.
The past, yeah.
But nakona in the future, mele gancane, because the reality is that you do want to tap into and kind of know oh, this is what they're doing, even if it's to do the total opposite.
Yeah.
But you do have to know.
Yeah.
what
Know the
they do,
game so you can break the rules.
You kind of go, oh, I'm going to break them or follow or whatever. But that knowledge is very important.
Yeah.
But and then in the creation, you try and filter that entire thing out, and you try and make what comes out. And how I've been working now on this album is like I just have a bunch of producers and guys who play instruments and things, and we create. So it's almost
like
it's not
how
it's not
live albums are made.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like
We
you
try
hear
to get
melody
that
and
a
say,
lot.
try that.
Yeah, let's go there. And then there's like a production process where we make those beats, and then so I don't have. I wasn't doing a thing of I have so many lyrics, I just need beats. Put them on the beats, and then we got it. I really wanted to be part of the creation so that we try and complement the creation in itself, and not go, oh, we're trying to make this because so and so made that.
Oh, the future looks like that.
We're really just, there's nothing as we walk in and we sit down. We are connecting everything because what we did, we go to artists and Airbnb a house or something, and then we just set up 1 or 2 separate studios and we plug everything and then with nothing,
blank
with not a kick,
canvas,
not a snare, and then kanizoqala, and that process kind of helps you filter out all these other things, right? Because this then becomes the thing. Whatever you create now didn't exist before you were here, right? So your past and your future doesn't matter, because this first kick and snare or this first melody or this first
that's all we have.
That's all we have. Let's build on this, right? So
that's amazing.
That's what we've been trying to do.
Yeah, but let's go back. Let's go back to the remember the question. The question was, when did you have to push so hard for mommy to eventually say yes?
Yeah.
And now the guys have made you beats. Now you have songs.
Yes.
Now you're obsessed.
Now I'm obsessed with this thing. You can't tell me anything about any other thing.
You're a hip-hop head.
Which then includes school. Right?
Yeah.
Which includes the scale.
What grade are you at? Well, standard.
I'm in grade 10. Standard 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm in standard 8.
-2. I always have to think about it.
Just think -2. But then there was the other one. There's an form something.
Form 3.
Form 3.
Yeah.
Bengu form 3. That was before me.
Don't worry, I was there.
So I am lapha ku form 3.
Yes.
I already I think sengifuna ukuyishaya full time. Like, I mean, if you think about it, there's no other full-time thing I'm doing. So
school. What do you
exactly? So it's not like I'm trying to. I'm telling her that I don't see myself. Because what I wanted to do was somewhat get into marketing or advertising, but even that was like, I don't think it was my dream. It was after watching Generations a lot. I see the New Horizons. Those guys look cool. Like
your career was almost.
I wanted to be that.
Wow, man! Your career was almost influenced by Abo.
Exactly, by Umfundi with the storylines of Generations. I've almost influenced everything. Exactly. That's
what.
And it was only because it's what I saw. Like okay, maybe that. So I'd never from before that. And then I wanted to be a soccer player, right?
Let me interject. I just remembered a life story that I forgot.
Yeah.
The Bold and the Beautiful influenced my first company name.
For real?
And it's similar to your name. Interesting. Well, the difference of the S and the Z. My first company name, this building you're in, it's called Mashavela Creatives.
Yes.
The company I started years ago. But I had to change the name. The first name was Izenzo. I was taken from Bold and the Beautiful. They used to call Forester Creations.
Oh, yes. Yes, Forester Creations.
Exactly.
I remember.
So I took
the
Izenzo Creations. That's what happened. Amazing. I just remember
that's the power they had. And well, probably still have. It's like media and TV. It's like, because I really thought you named the whole company. You had this vision and things,
Dude.
but named the company based off of what you would say, Rich
Foster. Amazing. Wow. I can't believe I told that
I was
story.
almost in advertising based off of storylines because they looked like, hey man, that's what I want to do. It looks cool, right?
Interesting, eh? But that didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. I mean, I think also, I think God knew. It's like, you're not going to do that. you know. But I really wanted to play soccer. That was an actual dream, and
But the music disturbed it.
the
it seems.
music disturbed it, yes. And also, just to be honest, realizing the further I got in soccer, because Nyaba and I kept in it, Jomo Cosmos under 13s.
I've heard that story.
Yeah, so I wasn't too shabby. I was really, I was really great.
Decent.
I was decent.
I hear you're a playmaker. You were Zinedine Zidane.
I'd only pass. That's my whole thing was the assists and everything.
It's my favorite position in soccer.
It's the hardest. You work the hardest in that position.
You're a distributor. I'm a Downs fan. You've probably noticed.
I did see.
Yeah. Some of my favorite players play that position.
Oh yeah.
It's a 10.
Yes.
It's a 10.
Yes.
It's in the center.
Yes.
It's you get the ball and distribute. You're likely to be fouled a lot because that's what happens.
Yeah.
Because your job is to hold the ball and dribble one or two and pass it.
Yes.
But pass forward.
But pass forward. Yeah, you can't really go. So
No.
I've always felt like, because so what my coach ended up doing with Hataruru, my coach, Med Lemon, what he ended up doing, because he kind of liked my touches and things, so he'd have like 2 other defensive midfields and then just have me almost on a free roll type
to
thing,
help you,
where I get it, and so they could do the. I was also small physically. Right? I was big, cool. And so they would do the hard work. Warren, Nofense, they would kind of do the hard work, and Mina Mangli Tolile, just take it to the strikers.
So ball control was pretty decent.
Yeah, my first touch was insane. My pass accuracy was pretty good. I wasn't too shabby. I really wasn't.
Zwan is like ridiculous in that position. So anyway, don't worry, I digress.
So another thing that kind of made me not play soccer wasn't just because the music interfered. It was the more I progressed in soccer, the more I ran into better players. Like, I just ended up realizing that there's so many great guys. I'm not the greatest.
Yeah, you're not that
like
good.
I'm not that great, and it started showing. With some of my teammates were really amazing. Like Fense was called Afro Man, and Warren had a workhorse. It was like there was Leroy on the right. There was a striker Uluvu. We I would pass them the ball, but they kind of knew what to do with it.
More than you did.
And then we'd play other guys. And because also I was small in stature, you'd go keeper just because bafake enye ngathi yabo, just because ngathi sifuna ukuwina ke manje, so siyavutha.
Jeez, man.
And so even then yabo unokuhamba ama trial Pirates and you do camps and you start seeing other players and you go, whew, let's zip line. Right?
I think there's something to be said about exposing kids early to their peers.
Oh, yes.
Then the decision is made quicker.
Yeah, you can go, I'm good. And the thing is, the honesty has to be there, right? You kind of have to be honest with yourself. Even I didn't know that I was doing this, but now in retrospect, I'm like, these guys are better than me. It will always be better than me. Like, it's I can work hard, yes, and maybe, but these guys are just naturally great. If they work just as hard as me, I will never be.
You'll always be number 2.
I need to find something else.
Yes.
So then it kind of anxiety anxiety. But now I have an excuse because in your studio, right? Anxiety meaning your studio. So anyway, ifike lo thando lube serious olomculo, lube serious. I now can't picture myself as an advertising as a soccer
as Archie Morocco.
No, I'm like, Archie, come down, And then Archie left generation, like, this is a sign.
That's funny. Poor Archie. Ma, you see, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Archie's gone.
Jeez.
And so
the conversation with mommy.
Yes, I say, Mom, I want to do this, and like we were saying earlier, it's like, yeah, you could do it. I say, no, Mom, I don't want to go to school anymore. This is what I want to do as a career. I've seen it happen. I've seen Squatter Camp do it. I've seen, I'd start mentioning names of just
who was there at the time? Squatter Camp, Zabs.
Squatter Camp, Zabs, Proverb.
Proverb was there with a letter to my ex.
Yes. Yeah. Pro Kid was just about to come in.
Just
about. Who
else was there?
There's always Double HP,
of
right?
Course. But it's not as big. Because I remember the Squatter Camp era. Ellie.
No, Squatter Camp was like, it was the be-all and end-all in terms of popularity. Right?
Let me tell you how I remember. 2001, 2001.
Yeah.
And correct me if my dates are wrong. I was producing Breakfast Show at Metro.
Uh-huh.
And there was this thing. there's a hip hop thing that's happening.
Yeah.
And we're ignoring it. We're carrying on.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Is that true, Liz?
You know what I mean? What is
That's
this?
food. Hey.
And then I remember together with Just Ice in the morning, we decided, let's do a whole show
What's that?
on this thing. An entire 3 hours on local hip hop.
Amazing.
Now, as a producer, I had to go look for these people.
And I was about to
I have no idea.
Z, please.
It was a call after call after call after call. And I remember having to meet Amunishi.
Oh, yes.
There's also Amu was there.
That time. Yeah,
yes.
definitely.
I remember having to meet Amu. He gave me a tape because then we were CDs.
Oh, yes.
He gave me a CD at a petrol station. Another petrol station I had to meet. Who was a manager at Squatter Camp at the time?
I forget his name.
Skinny guy.
I think it was Spoo.
Yeah.
His name
And it
was
turns out if I
Spoo.
check my
That's
phone, I'll
Spoo.
probably find Spoo Squatter Camp.
Yeah, I think it was Spoo. If I'm getting the name wrong, but I know him. I know him.
And he gave me a tape as well. So I was collecting these tapes. That's why I know the guys like Abu, a Pro Kid were not there.
Oh, yeah.
It was just, you know.
I mean, I think in terms commercially, especially, but they'd known.
Yeah, of course.
In terms of the League Club and stuff like that.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah.
With Besngagamboni, Tina.
No.
You know, yeah.
So that's what happened. So I remember that time so well when there was there's a vibe.
There's something bubbling. Here.
Exactly.
There's a thing about this thing.
That means that's when you were recording that stuff.
Oh yeah, that's when I'm in Katlehong just doing it, but I'm getting inspiration from these guys. You know, they're everything I'm trying to be. Right?
And you're able to use that as reference to Mami.
I'm trying my best to do that. Right, this is my story to kind of say, you know, and so. In a span, right? And I just carry on with school and I just carry on recording. And then Pro Kid.
Heads or tails?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I say, Ma, I'm leaving.
You're not asking anymore.
Yeah, because I think at the time I like it and I want to pursue it and this, that, and the third. But as soon as I think it was 2004, 2005 or something like that. When I heard Pro Kid, I said, no, this is what I want to do with my life. This is what I'm going to do with my life.
Standard band, man. 9, possibly standard 8.
This is grade 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is standard 9, Form 4.
Right? Ah, you know it.
Yeah, Form 4. And
jeez.
And it already, no. Like, because what Pro did with this hip hop that I was already, you know, in love with was just so special. It was, I knew that.
What were the songs at the time? What were the big songs on Head of course.
Of
course.
That one too, and then it was Fede Foko, Mitlamalanga, Pushy Smogol. It was my entire thing. I was like, I know. I know.
I've taken credit, and radio people do this. We take credit.
I think sometimes you deserve it. It's deserved.
No. And I've told this story 1,000 times, but because we're talking about Pro Kid, I have to mention it again. I was told of Pro Kid when I was at Metro producing Breakfast, and we needed someone to do a hip hop what's this jingle. And I had a friend of mine, Uma Kosin, used to live Orlando East, and he told me about this boy who is amazing at gas. And say, go fetch him telephone number, landline.
Landline, something.
Say skipper bar at Southgate.
Because Panada.
Yes, Panada.
Oh, that's
and then I
insane.
called and he said, no, it's cool. I told him I'll fetch him. Golf one. It's many years ago. Deco red. I used to love my car. Yes, and then we agreed. I went to fetch him. I chased him one. You remember there was a time when our Saturday shops used to close at 1. Yes.
Yeah.
I fetched him, went to studio. I don't even remember whose beat we used, but it was these
a popular type.
Exactly. And he did that.
Instrumental. Yeah.
We played it for a whole 2 years on Metro's Breakfast show.
Oh, great. That's also, it's crazy because parts of my come up was also like that, right? Right before, maybe around 2004, 2005.
Yeah.
There was a Kasi FM. There was like some of my popularity or Tumanje Lukshin, right, as Lerapa came from a jingle also. There was a jingle. And funny enough, I wasn't even rapping in that. Well, there was a rap part and then stopped rapping. I kind of just saying Kasi, Kasi Stupu, Kasi what. I was just saying, just mentioning things as I said Kasi. And they played that for like a good 3-4 years. It was always like a thing they played.
And people say it back.
It was always like their favorite jingle. So it's kind of a similar thing.
Jingles made a contribution.
Jingles used to matter.
They made a contribution for Reason and Why.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he did. So Reason is also from Katlehong, right? Well, Katlehong Tembisa, but we're claiming him.
There's a story, Zek Tembisa had to go there, because the parents didn't want. Exactly.
It was, in fact, if anything, I would have used Reason as reference to my mom, but my mom didn't know, right? We knew Reason. I mean, such a Mr. High, and he was always like the rapping guy. He's always, and he was already doing songs, no, Pro Kid,
Proverb, and Why?
And everybody, I think it was outrageous records at some point in Bebaspana.
Abo Kutranos, Kosana, Nabo Z, there's his name. That's where Zabs used to make music.
Yes. I mean, there was Zabs on my way to, I mean, also Stogie when it was Doomy. It was also part of that thing. And then there was Optical Illusion. And it was just a whole thing that used to be a thing. You know?
Zeno, there's a guy called Zeno. Zeno was there.
Zeno.
I remember that. Yes.
So anyway, Yimlo 2005 ngizu Pro Kid. I know, mina saying your rap, right? And I've already been doing these things like in this show here, Beta, this show Beta, this show, the come up. And manning it Beta manje, but it was like the only gatherings of hip hop, and we come there, rap some stuff, and leave.
And it was important.
Stuff. It was very important, right? That's why it's cool. I mean, bang up it, right? It's actually very vital, right? And so the name had gotten around in the standard. So now nokushawa na ile ntole uta akufana kunalo OLED yavaya OLED lithi ayike into enjalo mawuzenza le ntole ukuyeka isikolo ayikho nje lana. And mind you, my mother's a teacher, right? This is
what are you
nonsense, right? Absolute nonsense. And I break her heart and I go, okay, I'm leaving. And when I leave home, I don't go to school.
Where were you going?
That's the funny part. I was really just not very far.
You're such a kid.
There's a couple streets down. Right?
Who are you going to?
Umkholo. So Umkholo is a brother of mine who, I mean, I'd known him for years or whatever, but he went to Pietermaritzburg and came back in like 2004. And when we met, we liked hip hop and things like and his parents. Well, his dad had to go work in the Eastern Cape, and so he had this house to himself. You
were running away from home.
I was like, anywhere but home, because home doesn't want me. I love home. I love my mom, but home doesn't want me to rap, right? And Cole hated that, right? He's always been like, he
wasn't.
He's not going to really tell me, plus, so what I do is wake up and pretend like I'm going to school and come back. So when
your mom gives you money,
yes,
thinking that you're going to school, and Umkholo uzophethe imali
yekodla for the day, I'm briber. Bese ngapha nge-AMS ngiyorecorda,
Is this working?
It's terrible, but it's working.
Did mommy pick up where you were?
Yeah, eventually she did, because, I mean, I'd be seen around kind of thing.
Of course.
But really nobody kind of knew that I ran away from home also.
Yeah.
It's always like, man, they think ngendlini, and nomkhola ka ring nalezo zingithola la zazi ukuthi ahlamba ukidla yini namhlanje or so it wasn't really a known thing. And my brother used to hate that, so he used to come through and he used to hate him, call for yabona when ngisintwana miskela wena blah blah, and funny enough, many years later he went back to Umkholo and I don't but
I like that. I like when the story
they really didn't get along
nicely.
for a while, and then eventually kind of like, hey, kuba wenzanga le nto ayikhonjele par.
You know?
Yeah.
Wow.
And so-
Good marketing.
Yeah, exactly. New Horizons, ISIS.
Wow.
So so I'm recording these things and I'm at AMS, I'm doing all of that. And then eventually this is where I define my mother, right? And so
By this time, so moshi.
Zangmoshil, I think it was for a good 6 months
Sure.
or something. Until, we went a family meeting and but saying sayahlangana. I remember kunomamdudu nabantu nje engibasabayo bonke abantu engibasabayo abazana le olede sibaziyo nje as a family bakhona, and it was almost like and that was the day where it mattered more to kind of let them know that I acknowledge that they're here, but I'm doing this thing regardless.
Because that was a moment where you could have succumbed to the pressure.
Yes.
Because it was that.
Yes.
They called all the elders.
That's the whole point of that thing, was to do that. And the very truth, I was crying. My mom was crying. Everyone, it was bad. It was terrible for me to say that. I felt bad saying it, but I wanted to say that. Right? If I had said anything else.
Where do you draw the bravery in the moment? I
don't know. That's some of the things. It's like I wish I could remember exactly what was going through my mind or heart or whatever. But I just know what I said. I just don't know where it came from. Yeah. But I knew to say it. I knew, no. I see it. This is bad. Family. I've always been a decently behaved kid. I was never really a problem. But manje bangibambele meeting and still, and my family meeting normally are the things that kind of, put you back.
Absolutely.
Still high.
That's why I'm fascinated by it, how they called the elders to come and set this boy straight, and you defied the elders. Now it's no longer just...
I think I'm 17. And I said, I hear you, elders, but there's a thing, man. I knew. I just don't know what I knew, but I knew.
Did you feel rebellious? Like, what feeling did you have? Yes.
I think at that point the feeling was rebellion. I was also listening to a lot of rebellion, like a lot of dead prayers. It's very rebellious, anti-system stuff, anti everything.
That's
but
crazy.
I just somehow knew it was gonna work. Maybe not then or at that time, but I knew that this is where I'm supposed to go, man.
Here's the thing
it's hard
also.
to explain also to someone. First of all, I'm 17. You're not going to take me very seriously. Yeah, exactly. And second of all, there's no references to what do you mean? How do you know? What is it that you know? What do you think is going to... I can't also answer. I just knew, though.
That is my point about it. Because even Abu Slicker and Abu, Squatter Camp and all the guys, it's not like they were making money.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think Abu Squatter Camp was probably the ones making money more than anyone.
Yeah, but what money are we talking here? This is hip hop.
Exactly.
These are small gigs,
Yeah, it wasn't really a lot.
We were thinking about it on radio. We were not sure whether we should play this stuff or not until they came out about maybe we can play this. You know what I mean? You see how it was? So for me,
there wasn't a lot of money in the pot.
Not at all.
We are pilapaya. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what I knew because, I mean, then it couldn't have been money that inspired me, right? Because angiboli. I mean, abantu besazi ukuthi banemali abo Mandoza, the Kwaito guys at least, of Kabelo.
That was established.
That was that. Yeah, it was already. Yeah, this hip hop thing was.
Whatever.
So I don't know.
It won't go anywhere.
And that's why we ended up doing a little demo situation at AMS where we pretty much compiled all these songs. And normally a demo, I don't know, should have about 5-6 songs to kind of show you. Mine had about 25 to 30 songs. I didn't know that a demo had. And the first place we took it to was Butterping, to Slicker and Sugar Smacks, because we'd always appreciated the work, and they were starting to work with other artists because Big No My Men, everybody Spanner No My Men would just put out a song, or who had a big song, no Lebo Matosa, may soul rest in peace. Fumani.
Yes,
right?
I remember that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we're like, hey, if we work with these guys push because commercially big. Also, it's not just us saying, oh, that's a dope line. There's, you know,
People like
because I
it.
also really wanted that, right? I've always been set on. Yes, I like when they say, yo, that's dope, that's cool. Oh, that line, but I've always wanted it to be big. I've always wanted it to be mass. I always wanted to, travel the country. I've always wanted it to be bigger than just
That's
a
your
small
friends.
hip-hop community. Yeah, than just
Yeah.
my friends, right? So,
Wow.
and I knew those the closest guys that could take me there in terms of having.
Because they were already doing it.
Yeah, it's like they're the biggest brand in this thing. So they were the guys that do it. And when we got there, we had a CD. Obviously, it wasn't a YouTube submission. It was
Or a we transfer.
no. It was on a CD and delivered with the numbers on the CD, the telephone in plus. I'm a number phone.
Landline.
Yeah, before go by phone number, because I'm a number phone.
Yes. But I'm curious to know, and bear with me for going back.
Yeah.
How does that meeting end?
I end up coming back home, and I think the decision is to try and balance both school and being home and.
So they're
recording.
accepting this thing.
Yes, yeah.
They just have to make room for it somewhere.
Yeah. And then eventually, it couldn't be. You couldn't make room for it. It was the room. It was the house. It was the thing. It ended up trampling everything. It's like, yeah, you gave it room. Now it owns the house.
It's a virus.
It's a virus. It took over. So I ended up dropping out of school.
Grade 9, grade 11.
Beginning of grade 12, which is crazy, right?
You're
It's
right
like,
there.
I'm right there.
Tell me you went back at some point.
I haven't.
Do you that? Does it still cross your mind?
I wanted to. I really was close to doing it in 2020, and then lockdown happened. It was like maybe it's not meant to be. No, I'm kidding. I didn't think that it wasn't meant to be, but I was really close to doing it in.
Does it still
2020.
cross your mind at all?
It does, especially really for my kids. Really, not necessarily for me but yeah, I go. If they go, but you didn't. What defense do I have?
I think you should do it. Who's this young man who plays basketball? He's very good at throwing 3-pointers.
Steph Curry.
That guy. He just completed his degree very recently.
For real.
It was a promise that he had made to his mom that one day he'll do this thing.
Yeah.
Because he also stopped just before he went to tertiary, and he did. He decided, you know what? There's something of value, and also it's more exemplary at the stage of his career.
I think for that, it
than
would
anything
be for
else.
that. Yes, it would be for that, and for any other kid that kind of thinks music's getting in the way. Because however it worked out for me doesn't mean this is the way you should do it. Right?
Absolutely. And with today's thing, you can do it online, you can do it at home, and
Exactly.
it's any metric, Joe. Trust me, your brain will
well, at least saying
your brain will go around it a
readjust
lot
and
easier
go-
than you think. You know what I mean?
No. I'm. It's definitely something. Maybe next year.
I think it's a box because I know me. I hate incomplete projects. It would bother me.
Yeah, with
It would
and
bother
actually,
me.
I'm the same. I also hate incomplete projects. But then I start thinking, but I'm a whole incomplete project. So.
You see the thing about you. Then you are as you call your name. You're still in the quest for this thing.
Oh yes.
So that's the project.
That could be part of the thing.
That is the project. But that means you're working on it. If it was a house, well, sigu brick number ban. You know what I mean?
It's great, but
Every week, masnemali, we buy.
Biggest thing,
There you go.
Yeah,
So that now it's like that. I really think it should bother you to a point where you take it off. And kids, you can't tell me.
Exactly.
I've done this thing.
I think I just wanted for that a lot of the things, not even just my kids, just kids in general, right? To kind of go, I'm not going to jail, man. Kwesta. You can do
and now I'm putting you more pressure because it means careless.
No, but it's also something being fun. It's not pressure at all. It's something being fun.
Now you say, all right, and I'm going to study some degree, law or finance.
People were inspiring, like Proverb, right? Who did the rap thing, did the radio thing.
Got in the way of his education.
And then he just went, as in, I'm going full in back. It's very inspiring stuff that I'm not completely dismissive of.
Yeah. And I want this podcast to be recorded where you say, ngizoyenza lideng, or maybe ngizoyicabanga, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, okwamanje ngiyayicabanga.
That's
no
it.
lie.
Step
And
one.
I'd be lying with you. Iqala manje. I've been thinking about it. That's why I say in 2020 I was really close. I actually don't know what got in the way. It could have also lockdown did play a part, but I was very close, and I'll get close again. I'll do it eventually.
That's it.
Say I'll do it. Promise you, Kai Kenya. Promise you, I'll do it.
Cool. Now the parents are defied.
Yeah.
No more school.
Yes.
Like proper.
Yes.
And they've accepted yo mama Joe.
Yeah, it was tough. I think, like I said, mangikhula mina ngikhule bengahluphi fandewana, bengihlupha nje ke ncosi nje, like I wasn't specially le yahlupha le, bengihlupha nje kahle njengabantu.
They were never worried about you.
No, not really. No. Yeah, nginokuya emapatini nginokwenzani, but akusuka ukuthi no. That's why that was like my first family meeting ever, and my last. Now it's family meetings because we're throwing parties.
No, don't worry.
Not happening.
All right, fine. Let's go back. Now you leave this. You have 25 songs on a demo.
Yeah.
What does Abo Bada Bing say when they get this? Abo Slick.
We don't have capacity. We're not signing anyone right now.
How did that make you feel?
Sheesh. It's terrible. It's like, because I mean, it was also hard to get the numbers and the address of the place. Now we have to start over and find another place or what, or maybe we're just not good enough. Maybe Sinsing is Juta, maybe just still my friends saying I'm dope, right?
Maybe you're not.
Maybe, maybe I really am not, maybe I'm just like any other rapper, and
the pressure of that, eh?
But Ngoba says actually number phone. Ngoba says actually number phone on the CD. Kono JJ, you may know JJ. JJ Sissing.
Yeah. No. JJ was my producer on Met and 2000 right, now. Yeah. On the weekend. Hey, he's a politician now, Chief. Be careful how you talk about JJ.
Yeah, JJ, please. How do we campaign, Chief? Let me know.
Yeah.
So JJ was working with Bada Bing, Smacks and Slick, and I think, as far as I heard the story, because I'm not around for it at this time, I think he took the CD and kind of went into Slick's car or one of the cars and kind of played it. And because they said this, when we don't have capacity, we're not looking to sign. Right?
No, it was just another CD.
Yeah, it was just another CD. And Maupega ngai vele. Now, man. And you're hoping that they're going to play it here now and then hand you the papers and you sign or something, right? You have this picture in your head where you think, when I leave this place, my life's not the same.
Something similar happened.
And when I left that place, my life was worse.
There's something similar that happened. I recorded what is supposedly a hip-hop song. Bob Maben and My World.
Oh, yes.
Was the man.
Was it the DPO?
That era.
Yeah,
that era. Yeah. So I recorded what was supposedly a hip-hop song. I say supposedly because I look back, that was nonsense. So I recorded this thing and I managed to get a meeting with Lindelani and Du when they were running Sony.
Oh, yeah.
It's a similar meeting, but mine was way bigger.
Oh, yeah, because, it's
hey, man.
Sony also.
Yeah, and these are the big guys in the music. And I dropped it off. No, I got a chance to meet with them.
Oh.
Petty Tape.
How's that?
And they take it. Ulindelani ubiza umntu uthi zwakala ntwana uthi uyaqula.
That's smooth.
They put it on a stack where
5-step or 6-step or something. Yeah.
I find a CD and they listen. What pega phezulu.
So ukubheka emehlweni manje.
Yeah.
Zojumpisa.
Bayaqhawa. Wabheka phezulu and I remember Mdu's words. Unokufana no Bob. Because I was trying to do a Bob thing.
Everything you had.
And I'm Praetorian, so my language and his was exactly the same. So I was really rapping like I'm from Pretoria. And how unokufana no Bob? Yeah, all right, Ntwana. Then they have to play it all of it.
The entire thing.
I'm in the room, man. It's hard to stop it.
They're being rude now. They can't. It's tough for them. Like
To stop it. They played the whole thing and then said, "Hey, yeah, no, grand. Do you know the way things work, man? We then bring other people and then we listen. They are the main guys. Trust me, there's no one else left to bring.
There's no bringing people. The decision comes from here.
Exactly. We have to bring other people and then the decision is made. So Antoine, share my number, man. Oh, koji upraya kabanbani. Oh, yeah. That call never happened. I had Linda Lani on that very chair and I told her many apologies. I told that story so many times because it's one of my failures, man. But I'm glad it happened. Otherwise,
it took you elsewhere, right? I mean,
dude,
it's one of those things.
I would have been a failed rapper. I would have been a terrible rapper.
Oh man!
Now that I know better. I know that was rubbish.
That's the thing about the older stuff, right? You always come and think, hey man, I couldn't have, because you now hear, what happens to me is mangizwa, like maybe younger guys rapping now, and I go, hey man, we has a lot play English and I'm pretty sure. And I play some of the older stuff, I'm like,
Ooh.
cringe. It's
Even release stuff?
Sometimes even the release stuff is more, like I suffer from the mix and masters more than the song.
Oh,
like,
yeah, more than your words.
More than the words. I always go, the words were, in the times, that was the thing to say, right? I'm not mad at that in the release stuff, but sometimes the mixing and mastering kind of makes you go, hey, sounds terrible.
We could have.
Yeah, we could have done this better.
Wow, man. Well, thanks to JJ.
Thanks to JJ, Slicker and Smacks heard it when he played it. And I think it didn't just play it, it kind of, backed it up. Like, kind of, man, I young child. I've only done a lane, this, that, and the third, And But obviously, I'm only finding this out later. So about 2-3 days later, we get that call.
What?
From Slicker. And it's like, yeah, no, I want to ask a spine. Speak like
that's how he speaks.
I'm like, wait, what? Run that back, and they were gonna have a show in Naturen at the Ren show.
Yeah, those big shows.
Yeah, it was still the Renista show, And so he invited me there. He said, yo, come through, check us out.
Yeah.
And in fact, I did a song or two. It was one of my second or third performances ever. Then we started talking, and next thing I do, I was going all over the country. I was opening for Slicker and Sugar Smacks. I was, whenever we're in studio, I'm recording stuff now. There's a flower who may walk in, may rest in peace. There's Squatter Cat was like, wait, what world is this? And this happens so quickly, But the dope thing is that they came to the house, right? When they decided we're going to work there, and came to speak to my mom, right? To kind of paint the picture for her. Yeah, whatever he was telling you, he was right. He's actually really dope. It's going to be and we're the guys that are going to take him. Just wanted you to see us, meet us. And at
the time, they probably had a song or two on TV.
Oh yeah,
so
my mom knows them.
They were familiar,
They were absolutely famous. I mean, at that point, I think Slicker was he had broken off from Squatter Camp.
It's that time.
He had done the solo thing, and
so
the solo thing was already working.
That means the Squatter Camp had whacked.
Yes,
because at the time, when he broke off,
it was this monster. It was already huge, right? And it was also bigger than just hip hop, I mean, you hear some of the stories. The guys were going internationally. Naboma Miriam Makeba to go perform. It was big. It was Squatter Camp was something insane.
So it was easy for mom to say, okay.
Yeah, she kind of knew. Okay, this seems like good hand. I mean, I still don't know anything about this, but you guys on TV. You guys seem like you know what you're doing. And you spoke nicely. Okay,
Wow.
And then that then, as they say, the rest is history. Then Kwesta was born. Everybody else now.
What is the first song that we got exposed to?
Well, the very first song that came out, it was just playing a lot in the hip hop spaces. It was Shap Vede, which was actually in the demo.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, it was there. So
Yeah,
it's one
it
of the
was
songs
part
that
of the
made
demo.
it through.
Yeah, so it went from demo to kind of, and then we did a whole mixtape thing with some of the other songs, and this is how I was saying with the other guys that ended up producing that. But I think the very first single with a video was a song called Stomp. 1, 2, 3, stomp. 1, 2, 3, stomps. Yeah,
Oh yeah. Okay.
you know,
Okay.
and that was followed by an album. This now, but it took us very long to kind of get to that point because I think I started working with Bull Slick in 2006, 2007, 2007 probably, and the album only dropped in 2010. Right, so it was like a 3-year thing.
So what happens in that time?
We're building the rapport of Kwesta. I'm rapping in these places. I'm following Slick around all over the country. I got these mixtapes. I'm going to these rap shows. You know, we're just building this whole, yo, there's this kid Kwesta, you know, there's that, you know. And also I'm recording a bunch of songs, right? There's actually, I wasn't supposed to be the one who releases first because there was another artist, Tito Minato from Zulu Mob at Bada Bing, you know. But the way I came in and just started recording,
you became that guy.
I was just like, you know, I think in the first 3-4 months I had more songs for the album, and no, we're not ready yet. I just kept recording and just kept recording.
Jesus.
By the time we were picking for the album, we had too many songs.
It
was just too many.
I know those.
Was a lot. So I never really stopped.
Our Machiavelli.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, yo, it's all I did, right? I'd go to Bada Bing to go to a show, you know, and we perform there, and we come back, lala corner, and there's a studio there, you know. You record, all we do is record. You record. So next time, you know, so it was just, it's literally all I did. And for 3 years, we're doing that, and then we dropped the album. It was special request, you know. And then, yeah, like I say, from then the Kwesta rapport kind of.
Let's go back to the 3 years. Do you find the muscle, the writing muscle, the rapping muscle, because there's two things that, you know, there are two skills.
Yes.
Did you find that those skills were getting, that muscle was getting stronger and stronger in that 3 years when you were just writing and rapping and writing and rapping?
Yeah, definitely. Especially, I mean, when I came in, it was really in that 3 years and slightly before 2007, it was just, I'm going to show you how dope I am. It was just about the clever lines and the writing and the rapping, really. It wasn't really about, oh, the words are so deep, or, you know, that's, what a story. It was, I'm going to show you my skill.
Yeah.
Right? It was just
and you were quite conscious of the skill by this time.
Yes. I was now very sure that I was dope. Right?
Yeah.
Because now I had referenced my stuff against other stuff again. I mean, at first, when I was starting, whenever I'd reference, I was always, we sound terrible, bro. We sound terrible.
Go back.
But now I was always like, oh, man, what? I'm better than that. I'm shy, and I look, you know, in my own. So it started, the confidence started building, right? But I was always like a shy kind of guy. I never really spoke, so interviews were still awkward. But yeah, people would literally complain to Slick and Smacks and go, "Man, I ring, you know, like I khulume, I yagrunta bese yohlala le, you know."
Oh boy,
masibuza kuma interview, iphendula answer bese ibheke emehlweni. You know,
Shangama one-liners.
Yeah,
Udlile.
It was always udlile suthi. Uzodla futhi. I was just very awkward.
Oh boy.
I still feel like by design, my personality is not built to be, you know,
to be famous.
Yeah. By at least by the history of famous people that we've seen, you know, by if you reference it, I don't think my personality is like that.
Most of them are like that. Most of the really famous people, it's like, this is a lot of work.
Right. And
famous
I've always been like that. And then man, it's like, manje ngina-36 angisasabi kakhulu. It's like nakhona ukungasabi akusukuthi I'm famous ngiyazi. It's like just I'm a bit more confident and a bit more sure about certain things. There's things I know for certain and things that I'm still figuring out.
There's something about growing older.
There's a certain surety about things. You're like, I know the sun will rise and I know it'll set. Whatever happens in between is whatever. So that kind of makes you, kind of accept whatever, and you stop kind of being in a shell because you don't change how the sun rises.
No, not
sets.
at all. I want to do the meta thing and fast forward quickly to a moment. The hip hop has cycles. South African hip hop.
Yeah.
In particular, I think it's hip hop everywhere, really. Yeah. We tend to have our own cycle that revolves around other cycles as well. It goes, I remember a time when South African hip hop had one artist, Hip Hop Pantsula. He was the only guy releasing music. There was nobody else.
Yeah.
That's the era when there was house music that was doing its thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even he did
and
some songs
that were kind of the tempo.
115, 120. He would push them faster. But there was a time. What cycle are we on now? Where are we? How does the hip hop business look like in South Africa right now?
I think a lot of the if you're not in the music industry and maybe you're just you're an observer, you'd kind of feel it's in the shadow of Amapiano, right? Which means it's not in the lead in terms of urban language, young black kids and how they communicate and how, what they represent and what they're represented by, But also at the same time, if you are in it, there's things that are bubbling that these guys are doing, that kind of certify them differently and make them do things that our generation kind of even hasn't. You look at things like Nasty C and how he streams and how his international appeal. You look at A. Reese, Blackie also the same thing, international appeal. And Blackie has this versatility of being able to do, Sigale Keke, see, happy birthday, and then also go do some trappy kind of thing. That versatility is insane. You look at Reese, who's got like a very loyal who's built over the years a following that is very loyal, Snimes and things, and who also purposely and was very intentional about how and what he wants to rap on and what he wants to rap about and how he wants to rap and very sure about it and is not really trying to fit in to what is, So there's a whole lot of moments that are defying what the norm should be, It's not necessarily, it's hip-hop versus Amapiano.
No.
Right now, the urban culture and as the masses are very Amapiano, right? That's the language of the youth right now in this country is that of a lockdrum, right? There's not me hating on hip hop or
it's you accepting where you are.
This is the truth, regardless of how I say it, to save my own face so I sleep better. It's just the truth, right? And you take it back to maybe between 2014 and 2018, 19, the language then was hip hop. It was very hip hop driven.
That's who was then? Kwesta,
that's the Casper, the Kwesta,
the AKA,
the KOs, right?
Yes,
That's
okay.
the language of urban youth.
Rick. That's what's going on. Yeah.
And before that, obviously there was house music and then the Kwaito. So we can't sit here and go, oh no, how dare you say that? We're hip hop. We're not saying anything's dead, right? But the things that are bubbling that they're doing already, the things that they build in terms of just the events that they throw, whether it be in Bramo or, I know Reese got his own show that he does, Black has his own show that he does. I know Trilly also. Trilly's from my generation, actually. I'll let him go. But, and then there's still also the KOs and the Questas and the
that are still there.
They're there. That are still doing that. So that it's almost like a handover moment is what was happening when the quietness was when Makangeni locked around.
2018, 2019.
Either passed or taken. Right? That's just what it is. Reese was like, okay, I'll take this. Nasties, I'll take this. Blackies.
Sorry.
There's
a lock pram,
and then they had to start bubbling under this thing that is log drumming, right? And and so there's a rise to that, right? Where also with why Black is important for me to mention is because there's a synergy in which he tries to fuse the two, right?
Bring
one of the
both
young
both
guys that
sounds.
do that. Yeah, is trying to have a voice within the space. You know,
It's
and then maybe,
pretty much what AKA tried to a large extent. He would,
and AKA was doing it generationally, right? Like he'd do a Kaifa Semenya thing, and it'll play, and a 20-year-old loves it,
Yeah.
right? You know,
on 5FM.
and it's on 5FM, right? It's what Ngutu was like, where it's the dance house stuff, and the rapping Kwaito guys are, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's what I see, Uguchi. But that thing takes time to kind of get right, you know. The Kwaito infusion, also KO with Karakara, right?
It's both worlds.
Exactly, you know, and I think that's what Uplek is doing, especially. But then there's also another identity even with that, where, you know, Reese has got his own sort of type thing. You know, there's 25K who's got his own type thing, you know, and so there's much more facets than they've ever been. Right? And when this monster really comes out, it's going to be really amazing. So for me, it's exciting to see. You know, there's still, because it's a competitive sport, you'll get a lot of the young guys going, these OGs are washed, you know, and then you'll get some of the OGs going, these kids are not disciplined, not doing it. But it's like, that's what it's supposed to be. You know, if you get mad, especially as a person who'd be considered an OG, if ukwatela intwana for ukufika ifuna ukubhidliza yonke into, and knowing that this is hip hop, then you're out of your mind. You can't be better at that.
Here's a story.
You're not going to ask for permission.
No, here's a story that defines that moment. There are these guys at a bar. I've been drinking for better part of the day, and there's these hot chicks that they're looking at, but they haven't. Our pataki black. Exactly. So while they're enjoying these beers, some young man walks in, looking really good.
Yeah.
And he's young. His skin is clean like he's born yesterday.
Fresh kid.
You know what I mean? And these ladies, they are now talking about him. As in, we are aware. They've been here. They haven't been acknowledging Labo Grootman. And bayakhuluma ngaye. So now, Lama Grootman matjabona lentwana. Thina Dallas busy ngale project. Dallas babhekile. They haven't been doing anything. They've been planning. So guess what they did? One of them stood up, wamshaya ngempapa, wabuyela wahlala. Wahamba le ntwana. Then the game is back to normal. Just for control.
Just for root, let's get back out. Now it's back to normal. But still
they're not going to do anything. Don't worry.
So that's why you can't be mad. Right?
No, you just have to accept it.
It is what it is. And
Jeez,
in fact,
man.
If you get up and umshaya ngempama, if undelelile, umshaya ngempama bonisa ukuthi
akazange lutho lentwana.
Yabo manje makangenzanga lutho, you know.
He just looks pretty.
Iyo lento abayikwatela.
He sounds fresh in the context of hip hop.
Right? And now you feel like your stuff is not as fresh and stuff.
How do you feel about it when as an individual musician, about the rise of the young guys?
I love it. You know, I also don't think it's up to me to define how they rise, you know, and what they make of how they interpret it. Right?
Yeah.
It's hip hop. It was always going to change. It's never going to stay the same. It's whether you like it or not. You know, I like that there's enough happening for there to be a change. You know, I like that there's guys who are actually living off of it still, right? It's not like a dead thing where you can't make money there. You can't, you know. There's like guys are actually living nice lives and can, you know, support their families and households, and I like it. You know? And then as far as
you're not the upset Grootman.
No, I'm not. I mean, it probably creeped in a bit every now and then, but now, you know, I'm okay with having been here 17 years and I'm okay with, there's things that the guys will do that I've never done.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just what it is. That's just how time works, bro. I'm not trying to defy time.
No,
you know?
no. Yeah.
It's just what it's going to be.
It will
there are many
evolve.
firsts that will come. I've
Yeah.
had my time to have my firsts.
And I like how you say it. You were once that kid.
Exactly.
That
And
others were saying, what the hell?
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, and we were very relentless about just pushing out music, just doing this, just, we're out there, we're at that show, we're rapping, we weren't waiting to be told where to go and what to do. And neither should these guys, and they should just figure it out, find their own, if they call you to kind of go, yo, Grootman, so what do I do here? Pick up that phone and say your piece, but don't say your piece unnecessarily, just so you feel like you're still part of something that, So I'm not speaking as a retired guy. I make music. I'm about to drop music.
Yeah,
right?
no.
I'm rapping. I'm competitive,
yes.
right? But
you're
I'm not
Grootman
chasing
now.
a
That's
spot.
all you are.
Yeah,
you're just older than the guys that are making music.
Exactly.
That others that are making music.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's just the difference. Is I'm not chasing. I'm not sitting here going, if they think Reese is number one, I'm coming for his spot. I'm really not sitting here thinking that. If they think Nasty number one, Blackie number one, who I'm coming for, I'm not. I'm really just trying to, yo, guys, come check out what I made. I made some dope music. Want to hear this out? I think this is dope. Let me bump this, because also for me, it's really not, well, from a personal level, why I make music now. It's not necessarily an outlet for me anymore. I think I've created nets in my life where I can speak. Like I was talking about therapy earlier. I can speak to my wife freely and go, so I can pour out those things. So it's music, the emotion is in the making it, and now I just want to make things that I enjoy listening to. I want to play it back. And go, oh, don't you think that's dope? I think that's dope. I think that verse hard, right?
That's it.
And just play the game for just the game and not really be worried about whatever the politics are and who's on top of what and who's doing what.
Is there value though in the politics when you are in it? Is there value in the competition? Do you draw anything from it?
Yeah, I think there's value in that. I mean, it's one thing. It's a sport. It's Chiefs versus Sundowns. Right?
That's it.
Somebody has to win, and Gali or I mean, not fighting, but somebody has to come out on top, right? And but there's also guys that are signed to the team. Who are new signings who have to fight for their spot.
That's it.
Find them. And then there's a gift in it clearly to kind of
Dalangla.
Yeah, just, okay, that's Dalian boys, right? Yes, we're still fighting.
That's why you need veteran players in a lot of teams.
That's why you need veteran hip-hop guys in this thing to kind of not try and go, yo, grab the headlines, just be the captain. Just play that role. Whatever.
That's why I enjoyed Jay-Z's release of 440.
444, yeah.
I enjoy it because of that. Because I enjoyed the whole Grootman releasing dope album.
That's it, where he's not trying to go, yo, I'm going back to what I'm going against. No. This is what's been in my head and been in my mind. This is the music we've been making.
Also it was in the era of trap.
Yes, exactly. It's in the era of all these things that are happening.
And he said, here's hip hop.
That's the thing about it. It's a lot of people, a lot of the time, especially in hip hop, kind of because it's a young man's game, want to play the young man's sport. When it's like the chasing of the cool. It is, there's a cool about hip hop. You can't deny it. The swag, there's all of those things are important, especially as a guy who's coming. I got a wedding ring on. I don't have time to be the freshest in the club.
The coolest guy.
No. I got 2 kids at the house who go to school. I don't care if I'm not the coolest. I make this because I enjoy it. And I want to enjoy it with everybody else, right?
Yeah.
I'm no longer part of the politics of who's number one. I don't want to be. But
did you enjoy it when you were there?
Yeah, it was nice to win and lose. It's always like, hey, Mbambile this time, hey, so it's Bambale's next. Who's got the hottest verse of the year? Those things are nice, but they're nicer to watch. It's no longer why I write anymore.
Are you aware of what others used to say about you though when you were in the game? And let's call it the politics, using the words you're using. When you were in the middle of a Chiefs and Pirates, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you were winning. Are you conscious of what other rappers were saying?
Oh no, not really.
Were you not caught up in?
No, I mean, you'd get wind of some stuff, especially, but because of how the world is set up, you'd only get like maybe the negative stuff. Yo, Ubanuteni, ngani.
Yeah.
Yo, that
You
thing's
hear
whack, or
100
whatever.
compliments, one negative one.
Yeah, and
that's the one
get
you
that
remember.
Yeah, that's the one but really, it was never anything that was always in the name of the game, Yeah, Chiefs is shy, Maria fan, or Sundowns is shy, Maria, we still the better team, It was always be like that. But I mean, there's in the sport, while say Nasty, Blackie, and Reese again, they know who's won the year in terms of who had the hardest verse or who did this or who they play in that game. They will know, and amongst and the fans also,
of course,
right, that follow that. So that community will kind of know what's happening. It was the same with us, and it was fun. I mean, sometimes they had this MTV top 10 list, you'd be number one the one year, and the next year you're not even on it, and then the next year you're number
that's
9.
hectic.
And the other year every rapper, I think, from that generation has a bar or a line about that list, and it's only when they're in a position that they don't like that they rap about that list.
What did you say about it? Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I said something about it's my grocery list and I eat all these, but something like that. It didn't matter if I'm not number one, because if you're not number one, you're gonna say something about it. But if you are number one,
hey man, you guys
right?
talk about me.
Yeah, and I think we all kind of got a turn to be number one, So that's why it was always fun. It was Cass number 1, I'm number 9. It was AKA number 1, I'm number 6, and it was KO number, it was Kwesta number 1, their number. It was always just, and that's the sport of it, right? And
almost like a league, eh?
Yeah, I think now our sport, as maybe guys who haven't retired, make music. Yes, still go do charts.
Because it does almost sound reflective, almost like I'm talking to a retired rapper, but I'm not.
Yeah, So you're talking to now a guy. If we're fighting about anything or in competition about anything, who's got the better song? Who's at number 1? There's still that competition, right? That still exists. Who's leading the charts, right? But in terms of just rapping against, I think the role now is to kind of just make the best music possible, and act your age. Right? It's really that simple. Just act your age, because it's one thing to. Snoop Dogg does a lot of young people stuff, but he's never a young guy. He's always the Grootman in the sport.
Does this.
Yeah, who do. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's almost like Oskido on TikTok. He's the playful guy.
When he does the wig
but Grootman,
you know what I'm saying?
Having fun.
So it's always that. I think it now just needs to be about fun and good music. And yes, the quality of the bars. Yes, the bars they will never not matter. Yeah. Your lines and what you say will always matter. Yeah. But in what way? And don't direct them to a generation. Don't say, these kids are, or don't say, it's just, is it impossible? Or at least that's what I'm on, right?
Yeah.
I'm really on some, I just want to make music, right? I'll out-rap a lot of rappers. And I won't out-rap some, Yeah. But I'm still
you're in the game.
Compete. Yeah,
you're in the game.
I will. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm 36, I can't rap like I will rap the hell out of it. I will rap circles around anybody. You know what I mean? So that must not be confused with that. Just my intention is to just enjoy the playback instead of just go, I've gotten enough props. 17 years. It's fine.
During your early years, and I'll use Jay-Z again as a reference because he had a style, the very fast rap style in the beginning.
Yeah.
And he had to drop that and adopt a new style that he still does even now, one that we used to.
Yeah.
What style had you identified as, this is kind of what I do? And did it come natural, that style, or you kind of had to, get it ready, get it done, so to speak?
I kind of had to grow into certain things. I had a habit. I mean, like I said, when I started, when I decided I wanted to do this, it was because Pro Kid. So I had a habit of trying my best to sound like Pro Kid.
Whoa, right? Yeah,
okay. I didn't think it was dope unless it sounded like Pro Kid.
Jeez.
And eventually I kind of had to, because I also listened to like a whole bunch of music, right? I was never influenced by just rap. Like I said, there's Kwaito, there's
R&B,
there's gospel and clean, there's R&B, my brother, and I have all those influences. So I think at a certain point when I just wanted I'd gotten a lot of feedback about that also, which man. I used to hate that, and they used to say it to me almost as a compliment, right? Because obviously Pro's like
right there,
he's
no, his
so they
first
thought they
album
were
was big.
complimenting me when they say I sound like him, right? I used to hate that. Right? I wanted to rap about the hood the way he was rapping about the hood. I wanted to reference the things, but I didn't want to rap like him, But I was rapping like him in those instances. So,
so they were right.
No, they were definitely right. They were right. They were right. They were right. So when I changed that, I then opened myself up to be influenced to remember the things that I like and I do. Yes, I'm from the hood. Yes, I want to rap about Ilogishi, but I don't have to do it like the Khutban.
No,
I can find my own spin into things. And eventually, gradually, then that's how you build a sound, and that's how
you have your own
Kwesta way. Yeah, you go on YouTube, you Kwesta like beat. I saw this the other day. It was
really
sometimes YouTube the guys will make beats on YouTube, right? They make beats, and in that beat they're going for a
style.
And they name that. And like, oh, there's Kwesta like beats. Like, oh.
So they are Kwesta like beats.
Listen to Kwesta like beats. And I heard some of those Kwesta like beats. Guys don't know me at all.
Well, that's generally if people don't have your numbers, they don't know you. Exactly. They must not say anything about you. Wow, man, that's interesting, eh? That they are Kwesta like beats.
They are Kwesta like beats. I was also shocked. I think I late last year or early this year, I found this out. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Hey, man, have you stayed the same in your style?
No, at least not now. Right?
Ignore the song you did with Kabza for a second.
Yeah.
The album you did with Kabza, because I think that's intentionally very different.
Yes, that was intentionally different, and there's a part 2 coming.
Oh, okay. You see that? So that's intentionally different.
Yeah.
Before that, and I asked this question because I truly believe that there's a style. I like I say, I do radio, and there's a thing I do that I know this is me.
Yeah,
and it's comfortable. It's pretty safe. I know what I'm doing here. When I try to go out a little bit,
it doesn't quite sound there.
Yeah, for a second I find it uncomfortable, and then I come back and I say, you know what, this is whacked. Why am I moving out of it?
No, there was definitely a time when there was a formula like that I'd follow where I go, oh, this works. This is a thing, and there's like a formula that birth tingo to spirit, vervai, it was very quite the like thing.
Those are yes.
But the other songs on the sides were always, because I'm okay with uncomfortability. I search for it.
Wow.
But yeah, I need it. Otherwise, we're not gonna have a project. We're just gonna have the one song or the 2 songs. I need something.
Uncomfortable songs
to be unfamiliar and go, hey man, you cut up. Where's one? Wait, don't change it. I'm just asking. I'll figure it out. Oh, you know what I mean? I like uncomfortability,
yeah.
But I also think it's something that came with time. I don't think I've always been like that. In fact, actually, no, I've always been like that. I have a song called Pop Pop, which has like a jazzy feel. On my first album, it's I have a Maskandi joint on my first album also, which is now kind of a big thing where mixing
exactly
and
with
kind of a, I had it on the first album, so I've always been trying
to be uncomfortable.
To be uncomfortable. And I mean, the other parts, especially because it was always, oh, you dope lines. I knew I had that. So boom, boom, you play me that, punchlines, boom.
I'll come with something.
But give me something I don't know. I'm not too sure whether it will work or not.
Wow.
And that's where I kind of feel, that's why I shine, I think.
That's interesting. You shine more when you're uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think so.
I guess we all have our thing.
I get more satisfied after doing something uncomfortable than I do when I do something that I knew I could do.
I'm a critic. I would hate living in the uncomfortable.
No. So don't stay there. Don't dwell. Just go and do the uncomfortable stuff.
Come back home.
Please. Come back home weirdly,
Yeah.
But especially when you're approaching projects on an album, I think it helps you as an artist also just to get into unfamiliar territory. So I've always been an advocate for a collaboration. I mean, I love
dude.
It. Like,
let me get my phone.
Featured. I love that thing. Like,
dude,
I love collaboration.
Let me tell you,
I think it's the reason music exists.
I don't think you will even remember Yeah, I don't think you know all your collaborations.
No, not everything.
There are so many.
Not everything, yeah.
When you think collaboration, and let me ask this question because I know when you think collaboration, and I know you'll probably say no song is better, and I'm not asking to find the song that's better, but when you say I love collaborating,
Yeah.
because the brain works in pictures. What do you see? Who do you see yourself collaborating with that you've already done a song with? What is the first picture that comes to mind when you say I enjoy collaborations?
There's an obvious picture of Kid X that comes into my head.
Okay.
And Yanga, and then there's like, one of my favorite collaborations was with Sister Zonke, right? So it's completely out, right? Did songs with
Again, answers the uncomfortable world.
Exactly. Chabun Kabinde, right? Gospel and stuff, and so it's always like the rappers. Why it's the rappers? Why Kid X comes? Kid X my favorite rapper. J, right? So everything I try and see myself collaborating with rap is always I see him, right? And then there's like the offbeat type things. Offbeat meaning maybe out of genre,
out of
right?
your but in off
there's
brand.
There's a whole lot of lines of that, right? There's
Dude,
that I've never let the genre stop me from the collaboration, right?
Tab C, Wale, of course. One of my favorite Wale songs is Matrimony. For someone who's not married yet, I don't know why I love that song.
It's amazing.
Yes. There's a song, Ketile Ketile, of course. It features a lot of other people. Nomfundo Mo.
Yes.
Casper, of course, with Ngotu. Mlindo.
It's going to take all night.
Busi. Zakwe. The list is so long. I remember when I saw that, it's like, dude, do you get more calls for collaborations or you're the one that calls them?
I make calls if I'm working on something, and they make calls when they're working on something.
Do you find that?
I get a lot more calls than I give, and 90% of the time, see how my collaborations, how I work, especially when I'm working on a project. Like I was saying, we'll go to artists, get a house. I'll kind of go, yo, we're at artists making songs.
Here's a pin.
Yeah, and we'll figure it out. If it happens, it happens, right? But we'll fight for it happening. We'll create like the space for it to happen for my projects, and then sometimes I would have finished something and someone couldn't make it. I'd really insist because I'd be fascinated by the idea of, I wonder how Udaidings will interpret this.
Gotcha.
And I nigga CP spin, then sometimes you'd send the song or and do that, right?
Yeah.
So collaborations come in different ways, it's either a call you get or a call you make, or how Nola. Oh Nola. Oh,
do you say, have you said no to a beat? To rather to a collaboration?
Yeah. Sometimes the song doesn't kind of, hit me that way. Because more than as much and when there's no opportunity to try again, because I always open that up. I go, let's try another one.
Maybe not this one.
Yeah, maybe not this one, but I'm down to work, but maybe not this one. Right? So based on that, sometimes I want to kind of like and sometimes I feel and
sorry, it's not my fault.
Yeah, and also I've gotten that back also from other artists where I go, hey man, I think that that's man. Either or, right? It happens both ways.
It goes on. The Soil, obviously Rick, Dr. Malinga, and DJ Maporis, of course. Dude, it's long. That's why I say you are arguably one of the favorite artists of other artists. Because, when you're featured like that, Tepotsola is the same. When I mentioned this earlier, Tepotsola features in a lot of people's songs, and all those songs are big songs. And you say, geez, man, imagine the performances, poor guy. It's like, Asimbi it's the only plan. We'll mute that part a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's flattering. It's really, more than anything, to be thought of like that, right? I mean, I know your interpretation of it is that I'm the artist, but for them to think I'm worthy to possibly mess up their piece of art is amazing.
Yeah.
To trust me with that thing, because if you get put on something that didn't exist until I started making it, if I put you on it, you could mess it up.
True.
And the same with me. So if you're calling me for a song that is this, and that you're so attached to, and you want to shoot a video for and put out as a single, and you call me, that's That's trusting you
That's a
with
big
piece
deal.
of you.
Exactly.
Because that's music is it always takes a small or a huge chunk of you, regardless. There's a certain human you leave in a song. Right?
That's it.
Whether it's a memory or an idea or what you leave part of you in a song. And then to trust me to come into that is
mess
really,
it up.
That's why I love and mess it up, right? Because that's the whole thing. I want to give you a chance to mess up my song. Are you down?
Let's do it. Let's do it together.
Exactly.
Do you find the experience of making music fun? What happens in your mind when you have to make music? Is it a chore? Is it a job? Is it work? Or is it something that asiyodlala?
It's changed slightly. I think if you had asked me this question in 2013, it's like breathing. It really was it's all I did.
Okay,
It was
yeah.
like the process, especially like just make it. I just tuned out verses, songs. Just it's all I did, right? Now I'm a little grown. It's not all I do, But when I do it, it's fun. It's my second favorite part of being Kwesta. Right?
Okay.
The process of make it. Well, it's one of my two favorites. Maybe not my second favorite, but it's one of my two favorites.
I'm forced to ask you the other favorite.
So making the music is really, it's the best one, and performing it right is unbelievable. The worst one is this in between of pushing it or whatever, making it fun.
Why not?
Oh, jeez. Okay, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward to the performance, please.
Can we get the song to be a hit already?
So, but I really enjoy making the music, and I really enjoy performing the music. And then there's the unbeatable satisfaction of watching people enjoy the music. That nothing beats that.
It's crazy.
Nothing beats that. So like, oh, they love it.
Like, watch them.
They love it. Look at them. Just look, bro. Look at what you did.
Wow, that's it must be special because very few people have careers like that.
Yes.
That's just the way life has become. They're DJs, they're musicians, they're artists, they're athletes, and they have an audience almost all the time when they do what they do.
Yes.
And I remember a friend of mine used to say this, that you can live an entire life beginning to end and never had the feeling of scoring a goal.
Oh yeah.
Because that feeling is very different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like even having a child is different. That feeling, there's something about
don't
it.
have fun, Sana.
No, like scoring that winning goal and you're doing this. It's a feeling of its own, and it falls in the same world of watch them. They're enjoying what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's definitely indescribable.
Because no accountants don't have that.
Satisfaction and the fulfillment, because you get it's their reaction is a culmination of all the efforts that have been put since that one bad note that you fixed and that one bad snare, or that and now it's eventually something that makes someone feel like this. It's that's why it's the making of the music and the performing of the music. So I must hire people for the pushing, because I don't think artists enjoy a lot of that.
No,
it's like oh yeah, we have to sure. But really the process of making the music and performing the music and then the utter satisfaction of watching them react positively. There's sometimes they don't like it, right? Which you have to accept. That's why I say the process is my favorite, because it doesn't matter whether you like it or you don't.
You enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed making it. I enjoyed making it. This is what I made, right? And then the performance is like, yeah, we don't like that one. I mean, it won't make you change how you feel about the song, but it'll kind of, okay. We're gonna move to
the next one. It's like I DJ on weekends, and I like the certain particular tempo of music. It's at 74, 75 to 95 BPM. South Africans like to dance to that song. It's now it's those songs. They have the vibe about them that people enjoy. Step in the Name of Love is within that. So it's that kind of sound. South Africans really, they stand, they move.
Yeah.
And then you play it here, it works, and you play it there, it doesn't work. You say, what the hell's going on with these people?
What's going on? Are you guys not from the same place?
Do you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
I thought you guys were the same. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
have you had that?
Well,
Where
yeah, definitely. I mean, there's been moments where on the same day, because sometimes you get more than one show.
Of course, yes.
And it's like you have to go from here to here, and you go to place one. Oh, boys. Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
It's like old band and stuff. So it's like, yeah, boys, we killed it. Everything was on time. Amazing, right? You go to the second show, either bigger or better or the same in terms of video. But like similar type thing. And you get there.
Let's do it.
And next up, Kwesta. Yeah. They go crazy. Questa's about to come out. And you start performing.
Imatot.
Now, so what I do is I perform, right? So I a lot of it is based on I need to interact with you.
You need the energy.
I need your energy. It's not playing a flute, right? You have to sit and listen to. It's like, yeah, I need you.
And then they start chatting.
Yeah. The worst ones are so sometimes it doesn't work, but the worst ones are the ones that just don't want to show you that what you're doing is amazing. Where they give you compliments in the silence. Hey, blind.
But my thing's so.
Yeah. Ishwizwile. Shayile le line. Leya baba tongakutshela ngale ntwana lena. Guys, show me.
I want you.
There's a maqeda.
I need you right now.
Where were you this entire time? So yeah, I'm sure ayahluka. Sometimes you're killing it, sometimes you're not, sometimes it's your fault, yeah, sometimes it's just you're off.
You're not in the moment.
You're not in the thing, who was in it wrong. Sometimes
or you're not looking at them. You're not connecting your eyes with the audience.
Yeah, well, maybe you're just
But
they feel like you're focused.
There's a
on
sound problem.
Oh, those ones. Hey, the sound problem.
That you're forever, your
you have
mind.
to ignore it, but it's always here. It's like, and then so you avoid using the mic because now you have to use the mic because you're rapping and hey, when there's a sound problem, it's tough. Sometimes we as long as please.
Yeah.
In the crowd. Say, sinenkinga sound. Ngicela nisiguy in 5 minutes and just be busy ngayo. Please.
Because you know the results of a bad performance.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of sound.
Yeah. So with us, we always say performance starts when we get in the bus, when we get in the cars. That's where, so we all in one car and we kind of, if for some reason one or more of us is not having the greatest of days, we'll try to get them into spirit. And if they're not, then we know that we're not going to have a great one.
Because you know already there's a wheel that needs alignment.
They always see trialing a chord. And then sometimes it's like, then we know from kid,
we got this.
Jeez. Yeah, the show always starts on the way.
Do you have a best friend?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's. I have people I trust with pieces of me. Yeah.
Julius Malema had a best friend.
Oh yeah.
Until he left and went to MK.
I just saw those things now. I was actually listening to something earlier.
So
about,
that's why I asked that about the friend thing. So there are people like that.
Yeah. There's people I trust with everything. I trust with me. Right? It's one thing to trust them with everything. Like there's people you let them drive your car. You let them. I'm not even talking about that. Just me, just kind of going
with your stuff.
Yeah, with my stuff and offload. Right? There's that. I don't have a hang kind of, I have 36-year-old friends, man. We don't we hang when we hang.
There's no
when
time
we don't,
to hang.
We don't. Yeah, it's
36-year-old friends who hang all the time. There's something wrong at home.
But generally, I think, I do. I mean, my wife's one of my best friends, and because generally I try and give her all of that. But sometimes she's the reason, so I need something else. Sometimes I need to offload about her to someone else.
It's the reason you need another best friend.
Yeah. I've been fortunate enough to have people I trust with that stuff.
I realize it's a group of them. It's not one.
Yeah, it's not. It's not one.
Do they-
Things are, sometimes you trust the person or with things just naturally without even you going, I trust you. It's just always happened because time, you've known this, you've never not known this person.
True.
You don't remember
Yeah.
not knowing this
Yeah.
person, right? And then sometimes it's about the comfortability that time gives you, over time. Then you kind of go, okay, hasn't got them because you've met them later in your life, and then eventually it becomes, so there's not as but generally I'm not a lonely human being. Not at all.
You're not alone.
No,
You don't spend time in your mind all the time.
I do. There's that. I do when creatively until we have to hit the studio. I do. But I compartmentalize a lot of stuff and I try and move. But I also share. I speak. This is why I was saying music is no longer necessarily an outlet like that where I'm nothing without it. I'm nothing without the industry and the music. Kwesta doesn't exist. Right?
Of course.
But I have people I can speak to even if there's no beat playing.
But you say music is your outlet. I think God Guluva is your biggest outlet.
Yeah, that was where I was trying to.
I think that's where you were.
Kinda leave it down. Yeah. I was even then. It was darker. It was a whole lot darker. Not darker. There was a whole lot more to it.
That we didn't get to see.
Yeah, I had to add a little bit of color.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was a thing. And even now, the project I'm working on started like that. It was. And then I went.
What changed? What led to the color? Were you feeling like it's too dark?
I didn't find it necessary to put on song.
Okay.
It was something whether it was things I was still dealing with or have dealt with. I didn't feel a reason to put in a song and play it for anyone.
Interesting. You say that. One of the things I tell the people I speak to, I guess it's the responsible side of my personality that says, you don't have to tell me everything.
Yeah. I think that's when that's almost exactly what kind of happened.
Yeah.
I don't have to say everything. I really don't have to.
Because my goal is to archive stories and history of South African's greatest people that I see as great contributors to culture, to history and all sorts.
Sure.
And I say, it's your life, man. Some things are okay kept with you.
Some things are yours. Right?
Yeah, you don't have to tell us everything. Because sometimes you tell us things that you shouldn't have told us. Like, really didn't have to.
That was unnecessary, bro. I mean, I know I gave you
but you don't.
Yeah. So a lot of it was that. And a lot of it was a lot of anger in some. And then in some, there was where I felt like I betrayed or angered someone. But it was all ended up the whole holistically. I mean, yes, we are podlo umuntu, but it's really unnecessary information. It's like a lot of the time, especially, I love the world of podcasting. Love it. I love being here. Before I say this,
yes.
A lot of the time when people get interviewed, it's very easy for them to, end up speaking about that or about this person, or where it's like, okay, but really not necessary, really, really not at all.
Yeah.
So then the music started feeling like that. Felt like, oh, this is what everyone does on the podcast. Let me do it on a song.
Let me tell it all.
Yeah, like, nah, it's in Dabazin.
So you edited a few of the songs, so to speak.
Yeah, so to speak. I did, and then completely deleted a lot of it also.
Whoa.
Like completely, well, not deleted the song, but removed from album. Like kind of
what?
Not the song. I'll instead.
It's there
make
somewhere.
it different. Yes.
It's in some computer somewhere.
Yeah.
It could have been.
It may be even.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, when maybe I go, well, I make an album like that. If I ever make, which I doubt, but I do have things like that, and they serve their purpose. I said it in boom, it's on beat and it's on wax. I played it back. I agreed. I disagreed. Boom, and boom, put it back out there. There's no need for you
to tell.
Yeah, it's just like it's almost like So, how did therapy go?
And now you have to do the same session again.
No, so she said, I said, what? No.
No need.
No, not at all.
Wow. I like that because I listened to the album and I loved it, but I realized that in the moment, this was something not 100%.
It wasn't made around the best times of my life, at all. It wasn't inspired by any
Positive.
jolly, yeah. It was.
What was happening? Is it the company moment?
Yeah. It was when the company was breaking apart and falling apart, and we were kind of not handling it well in terms of how we spoke about it and things like that. And yeah, it was that time. Yeah, it was not the best time to be creative, and also it's like a time where this is not just, oh yeah, that didn't work out, let's go try it. It's like, people you worked with, the entirety. It's not even, it's bigger than just a role. Or, I play this role, you play that. It's brothers. It's
these are your boys.
Real. These are the boys. You know what I mean? If you these are you touch them, you touch me. I touch, and vice versa, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So now, manje awazi uvutha bani ngoba manje ngatulwa nabo.
You know what I mean?
So it wasn't made in the best.
Why did you feel the need to release an album during that very weird creative moment?
Yeah, and it's also, Pella, right? A year into lockdown.
Into lockdown, just 2021.
I needed to.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't leave the house. I couldn't do much. It's also just when I started therapy. It's like just let me drop something.
Yeah.
Let me say what's up to the world, but also just kind of. I feel like also at that time is when I was using it as an outlet, right? But also not trying to jelly in Dabongazaz.
Jeez, man.
I needed to put something out there. I needed someone to like or hate something that was out there.
You needed to throw a dart at something.
Yeah. Is there something out there?
I needed to throw. It fell somewhere. Something had to happen.
Yeah.
Because also, and what you're saying makes me realize that a part of me feels you didn't have to release an album at all in that time. But you say, well, I needed to get this stuff out.
I just needed to get the stuff out. That's it. I didn't need to. You're very right. There was no need to release anything. We could have been riding out COVID and things like that because, I mean, we're in lockdown anyway. So what's the point?
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
The guys who are striking, President Vula, things will open.
Exactly.
Let's carry
it's
on.
Like, so, yeah, but it was like just, it wasn't anything that I thought about in terms of, Kwesta's catalog. It was just something I needed to do something. Also, just, and so recorder, baby. You
needed to go to work.
Yeah, exactly. I needed to go to work. Especially because, I mean, the company had just died. So I So I needed to go to work.
Alone.
I needed to go to work.
Yes, that was a trick. In my research, I found that time quite complicated and confusing for my little brain. Because these are boys who work together to build something. They all learned from each other. Others were rapping, others were promoting, others were running the business. There were wheels that were running.
Yes.
And money was made.
Yes.
And lots of money was made.
Yes.
Question that crossed my mind immediately. Was there a brand that you guys pissed off at any point of this?
No.
No brand got upset with you. So things were
at least
okay.
not that I know of.
Yes. Things were okay. You were working.
Yes.
Do you remember how much money was made? Top of mind? Just as a figure, which is 20 million.
No. I never. It's not even not remembering. I never checked.
You didn't know?
Never looked. Yeah. I never.
Did you feel the need to check at the time?
Not at all.
In retrospect, did you feel you should have?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the responsible thing to do would be to.
How much money do we have, guys?
Yeah.
How much money did we make?
Yeah.
And what are we doing with the money?
Exactly. I mean, there's things that's what's happening with, but you don't know from money.
Yeah.
I never really.
And you don't even know Lepoto Malin loan. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's a lot more questions to ask in a business.
I knew we knew the same thing of at least where we're trying to go, and that's pretty much what I thought is all the information anyone needed to know, that I needed to know at least. Okay, we're going here. in the next, maybe we're striving for this. The how and how much it's going to cost. But my job is, let's go to the show and try and make it. Let's go to the,
Are there lessons from that experience that you've, let me ask it differently. Have you changed anything about yourself since that experience?
I know everything about everything that has anything to do with me.
That's a big change. That's a big change.
Nothing about me shocks me. Like, you won't tell me, yo, so no, I didn't. What I did was, I can break down a lot of things that are about me, at least of the
last
couple of
4 years, 3 years, give or take.
I can break down every single thing, even money wise, every single
transaction,
cent lost, every single cent spent, every single, we're putting it there, so later, but there's a lesson like that of just knowing a 360 knowledge of me and of my business and of self, right? Also, to kind of go, sometimes you think you're being helpful when you're almost a non-participant.
Yeah, you're in the room, but you're quiet.
Yeah,
because the guys who know will do the work.
Sometimes that's you're not helping the situation. In fact, you're making it worse. Those are things I've kind of. It's not enough to kind of think you're a good person by doing things that you think you don't need to. It's always just something you just always have to participate. Just play a role. You can't be I didn't know, I didn't look, I didn't. I didn't.
And you ended up saying that a lot. That I didn't know.
Yeah, I ended up saying that a lot, which kind of almost feels like that is a fault of everything. Not knowing is also part of the thing. So the I don't know is to blame.
It's a big blame.
Yeah, it's a big blame. It's a huge blame. It's not I'm a victim. I didn't know it happened to me. No, you were
there.
Yes, exactly. So now that's why even on my I'm not angry at a lot of things. I'm sad more than anything about the fact that, in fact, I wished we hadn't worked together and just remained niggas, like people, like just outside.
I guess that's another lesson.
Yeah,
it's like, that some people you like them enough not to want to ruin the relationship.
Exactly.
By having money.
Exactly. So, but I mean, it's like what say you live and you learn, but also you have to kind of go. Your non-participation
is a problem.
Participating in the problem. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
You know something, the way you phrased it, you said there was a moment when you didn't know things about you.
Oh, yeah.
That's your phrasing.
Yeah.
Do you realize how big that is? Yeah. It's like somebody that doesn't know whether they will be wearing a white shirt today or a black shirt. They don't know.
The things I did or accepted or was a part of because it's going to work, not because I felt a certain way about it. Like, you do something because, this is what's required. It's not. So whenever, like at that point, especially good,
big songs.
2015, 2019.
When there were big songs.
It's a blur almost. It's almost a complete blur. It's, well, not a blur. I know and I remember, but I don't know who I was or how I was or know that person or am still that person or can go, here's what made me this. It was just always, because the ball is rolling, let's roll.
Let's just move.
Let's move. Yeah, so I didn't have time to pick a shirt of whether it's white or black. It's like, what's the theme of the show? Was what just defined what I was
wearing.
Let's do
that. Right? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go with whatever we have to do. Right?
Wow.
And I also don't think it was just me. I think just all of us were kind of just in that
moving like that.
It felt like if you spent enough time to yourself or a lot of time to yourself, you're gonna drop some ball. So just keep it going, just keep it moving, and just.
You've described it once as autopilot.
Oh yeah, it was complete. Oh, that's why I say I know, but I wasn't really.
You're not steering.
I wasn't flying this plane. No, I didn't even know how big some things were.
What? Like
I knew, yes, we have a big song, but and the level of stretchness and how big it is, what cross-cultural thing, how many units, I didn't know that there. I was just, autopilot.
Next. It was
Real.
next.
That's why it's always like, how did it affect you? Like, what? What?
Dude, I was drunk.
I do know when
Like
there's
it's
a hit and I do know when there isn't. I'm not aware. But
Yeah.
what affect me? I mean,
It's almost like, dude, I was there, I was drunk. I don't remember everything. But it was fun.
there was also that there's being drunk, not just
Really
by the
figurative
situation.
drunk.
Yeah, siyashaya sestudio, siyashaya sendleleni,
Siyashaya.
siyashaya nje. It's really, so it's not only just mental, it's also just
Really drunk.
there's just always something about something, and so there was very little time to be alone.
That
Right?
too.
Yeah, so it's very tough to kind of go, let's figure this out. You're either, and if you were alone, you're playing some beats and you're writing what you hope is
man.
also going to work. And so it was always autopilot completely. And
Which song changed things from the silence to the real big noise? Is it Ngutu?
Yeah.
It just
yeah,
autopilot
before Ngutu,
started.
there was always Do Like I Do. There was always
That,
Boom
yeah.
Shakalaka, it was always kind of cool. And,
But
Ngutu came in, which was pretty cool. But yeah, somewhere between Ngutu and yeah, it wasn't good.
that's the
Yeah, that's the culprit.
interesting. At least you didn't lose yourself because, and I use a very strong phrase. What's his name? Robin Thicke released an album, song, Bloodlines.
No, you want it.
Yeah. His life changed. He lost even his wife. That's how bad things got.
See, it wasn't necessarily that I kind of changed. It was just I stopped looking at myself as a person. It's like I was just part of a thing.
A machine.
Yeah, I'm part of this machine that is now finally working. So it felt like now it's time for work, right? Everything else we've been doing was leading up to this moment of work. So switch everything off and,
And
autopilot it out and just do. And then obviously some things are unnecessary and you're just, you're excessive, And thank God we, like the whole squad or everything, there was no drugs involved or anything like that. But blind. So it was just that, and it felt, whether you're recording or you're doing anything, there's just always about 10 people around, 15 people around. There's just always something
Noise
moving. Yeah, there's just always noise, and you're in the noise, and you're a part of, and you're making the noise. You're making the bloody noise. And so there was no. That's what I meant by saying it was always autopilot and stuff. It was just. It was not. There was very few conscious decisions to kind of go, oh, wait.
We're turning left.
Yep.
Everybody, buckle up.
Yeah.
We're turning left.
Yeah, I'm taking this thing now. No.
Whoa, man.
Yeah.
Would you do it again like that?
No,
Now
not
that-
like that.
yeah.
No, I'd change a lot. Like, I was with, a lot of the time when we were having these moments and times, we thought we were doing TLT, like there's a group called TLT that we're working with. So whenever we'd go to a show, they kind of come with and perform.
Support act.
Yeah. Literally just do a set. Like, so that's how I started, right?
Somebody has
Slicker
to
and-
put
yeah,
you forward.
right? And then we started realizing that it kind of didn't translate into their own interest in just them, right? It was always like, if you just get Kwesta, they'll be there.
Yeah.
Right? So you don't have to get them. So it's always like we were working backwards a little bit, So, but we were always around and we'll always have to. But we thought what we were doing was actually, so with the autopilot time came when we needed to actually
Do
pilot
something.
this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now
right?
that
And-
somebody has to steer.
yeah, it's like, okay, this popped off. Let's pilot this now. Let's, and we're all on the same plane, however, and just
Let's go.
autopiloting
Wow.
and just move.
What a time, eh?
Yeah.
It's almost like it's my favorite example. I don't know why I use it. I blew it. It almost feels like that.
Yeah.
Like you are
Yeah.
in this thing. And then now it feels like pelile. Umsindo quiet.
I mean,
And now
I
you
won't lie.
reflect.
You charge it to the game. The game can keep the money or whatever, but it's like the people you miss. It's almost. I mean, it's the people more than anything. It's because now it's like no one's around anyone. You know.
True.
Yeah. Like, damn.
So do you reflect? Do you reflect that moment as a loss? I know there were successes, but when you look at it now, do you feel like there are things you lost and that you could have held on to?
People. Yeah. As far as the money, you can either be smart about it or dumb about it. We're dumb about it. Life goes on.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a lesson.
It's a lesson. You know. But then people is like, oh, you were attached. You were actually boys. And now you're not.
Tell me the formation of this. Remember, there was a Slicker trying to put you up. There was a JJ playing the song, and now you're running around with these Yabo Slicker. When does this new formation take shape?
In 2012-ish, 2013, it starts. It starts after
There's an album out.
The album comes out in 2013.
Okay.
Yeah, the first Dakar. Right? Does relatively well. And Dakar 2 is what changes everything. Right? So yeah, it starts in 2013. I left Bada Bing in 2012, and then we kind of did a whole tour with Cash Time.
Okay.
Cash Time fam. This is me and,
Abu KO.
It was the boys of Abu KO.
Okay.
Like Abu KO was the Grootmans. So Slick, I mean, Kid X and Zinger Smashes, right? And so we do this tour in December 2012. And, like we literally do a tour. Like we leave in December, we came back in Jan. Top of December, I think it was the 5th or something. And we just left and we were just
everywhere.
Finding shows, doing shows. Like we had a sort of plan of where we're going to go, but some things also, told us and came back on the 5th. I came back in Jan, in debt with no money.
Joe.
Yeah.
You were working.
We're working to eat, to spend it. Work, spend.
Come back home.
Yeah.
They're expecting you to come with meat. That's what happened. It's empty.
Yeah, it's empty. Please fill this up.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, and so from there,
and you had big songs.
Yeah. At that point, even Cash Time Famine, goodbye. You know, and I had the Boom Shakalaka joint.
Yeah.
We had joints. So we were actually, the tour was really great. We just don't know how we couldn't monetize it. We just didn't. I don't know.
You were kids.
Young and dumb.
Yeah, it's okay.
I
say learn quickly and move.
That's why I'm not mad at history. You know, I may be mad at the results and what it costs and losing, but I'm not mad at it happening because who do I think I am?
I think the only time we should be mad at history like that is when you repeat it.
Oh yes,
it's the only time we should say my daughter.
Yeah, how unfound. That's what. Einstein said that's a sign of insanity. Is doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Yeah. Jeez. So, but at this time, you left Bada Bing.
Yeah, 2012.
You are in transition, but where are you going?
No, we're just doing our own thing. It was me and Nota at that point.
Yes.
And then later on in the year 2013, because now we've done the tour, Fagano Leroy, and then that's us.
It's a business.
Yeah.
But you immediately take the artist position in the formation.
Yes. And then even later on, Gubeno X foot.
Exactly.
Right.
But your position is, I'm the studio guy.
Generally.
I do music and nothing else.
It's probably the reason why I felt I needed everybody else, because that's all I knew how to do.
Do you realize
there was
that
everybody that's better at what I think would work than myself? Right? I'd always go, I didn't know 0, but I knew someone who knew 97.
That's it. You know, let him do it.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's the second time you say it, just different words, where you say you like creating the music, performing the music. Somebody has to sort out the middle.
Yeah.
It was exactly that. You had found a solution.
Make the music, perform this here.
Somebody needs to sort it out. And you found that.
Yeah.
And
somehow we took that and we
Messed it up.
That's what done cool.
Ah.
Nokba mdala no cool. That's the worst kind of growth. Cool as umdala. Cool as always to cool. And there's an level you're cool.
Yeah. I don't mind it, man. I'm older now. So many things I'm learning. And I say, wow, man, I'd rather I learn it than not.
Yeah, you'd rather,
I'm still here.
That's true. Rather the lesson. I mean, but you can only prove you've learned the lesson again if you don't repeat the thing.
That's it, yeah. And in that time when decisions are made, did the business work? Was there a moment where you thought, this is working?
Yeah, it was booming. We're the busiest artist, which, yes.
It worked.
Yes. If ever there was a point to kind of pinpoint, here's where, I don't know.
Yeah, but
you
guys were busy.
Yeah,
the phone was ringing all the time.
It never stopped. Sometimes you had to, we can't. We're just doing too much. Yeah, we're doing too much. I have to cut down. Tried to do 8 shows in a day. Like, no. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, I know that meeting where you discuss whether we can.
Yeah.
And you say,
no,
let's check the distance.
Yeah, let's see, maybe we could do this and drive here and then charter here and it was So it was it was working.
It was working.
It was working, yeah.
And when you look at that moment when you say it was working, it could have worked even more and produced way more results, better results.
When it was working was the big test to kind of see if we were ready for it or what it like. If we managed that well, we're amazing right now.
Yeah.
We'd be
far.
and together.
And together.
Yeah.
Do you know, you say that often, man. How does it hit you, the break of the relationship, really?
It's tough. I miss the bros.
Yeah.
Do
you still connect with any of them at all?
Not really, no. At least not socially or...
the way you used to.
Yeah, so it's like, when there's a need, when there's like,
Kune call so. Kune lawyer phone. Yeah. I know those Kune lawyer phone. Kulu. I know I'm probably rubbishing it. I know those moments like, I have to see the ex-wife. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to.
So it's not, it's on a basis of need now, which is terrible because it was like
all the time.
It was a second nature.
So they wouldn't pass with
at least 10 times.
What? And now a year
0.
would pass without talking to any of the boys.
So you see that it's like a big change. It's drastic. You can't act like nothing's missing or nothing is different, at least.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard you tell the story, man, and I realize every time you've been asked about it, they didn't touch the emotional bits because that's really for me. And for me, I always said, man, there's so much to be said about really how it made you feel inside as the RT who's losing his best friends.
Yeah. It's very difficult. It's very, it's actually somehow a blessing in disguise that you're asking me this now because I'm better now. Like I'm,
Yeah, okay.
But
Did therapy work?
The therapy it became about this a bit later. Therapy was just long overdue, something I had to deal with.
Like, life.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then eventually, you
bring all pain to this moment to say, maybe some of this stuff.
But I realized it was a whole lot of things that I was just walking around with, that I didn't even know that I was walking. So this is not even being a Leo and trying
No.
I didn't even know. Like, no, what? I'm not bothered by that. And when you told about it, no, I'm not bothered by that. No,
maybe I am bothered.
Fine. It's like, oh, you were bothered. You know what I mean? But it helped, like that's why I'm not okay with pain, but I know there is, right? And I know it'll happen, and I know
you understand
I have faith in good, ties with people.
Yeah.
But I know that there's a possibility of them breaking. I know there's a possibility of me of them breaking because of me, and them breaking because of things. And I know that that's just how the world works, right? So I'm not in denial of how the world works. You try and do the most to not do what will or may or has the possibility of happening, You know,
and that comes with time.
Yeah, you know there might be pain. You know there might not, but you know that I don't go around with the mind that I'm invincible or nothing will happen to me. I may not feel this jolly tomorrow.
True.
Something may happen, or some may think of something, or something. Things will
Trigger.
hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, things will hurt as you live and as you grow, and you don't know when.
That's
and
it.
That's just life. Yeah.
So messed up.
Yeah.
This God guy. Why didn't he just make everything work and be nice?
Yeah, we wouldn't learn anything that way.
Yeah, it's fine.
We wouldn't build any strength or resilience.
Nah, we don't need to. Everything is fine. Why do you need to bring?
Oh, if everything was just J.
I'm a marshmallow. You don't need to lift anything, so you don't need muscles.
Gotcha.
So we good. We're forever just splomil. There's that video of yours where there are guys and we are in the middle, a pig with an apple there.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I say, this God guy. There are two things that I think he failed to pull off. Scheduling. Unokuletha into eziserious eziimportant ngesikhathi esi-1.
Oh, yeah.
Like, chief.
When I tell you I lost my father just now, my grandfather died the week before, and he was my father was planning. It was like the head of planning my grandfather's funeral, and then he died.
He did all of that.
He died in the process of doing it. He died.
Bro.
My dad died, and then before we buried my grandfather.
Days before.
Yeah, like days before. And then when my dad died, my brother, my dad's son, my brother, he lost a child, my nephew. It was so.
See the scheduling.
Yeah.
This scheduling. Like, dude, come on.
Right after, again.
Like, what is this?
Again. And that really got to me. At that point, I shut down for a bit. I almost stopped everything.
Disconnected.
I just kind of. No, don't.
There is a scheduling.
Don't pretend here.
No, you can't. No, you can't. It's impossible. Yeah. I must tell you, I've been very lucky in my life, and I keep saying it that way because what else? How else do you express it? I don't have a lot of death immediately. Like right here in the immediate vicinity. Touch wood, it mustn't happen for a while. There's aunts and so forth, and they're close enough, but not right here.
Mm.
Like what you're saying.
That's actually great because it was I had said this with I think someone in Yo's family, my wife's family, had passed away, and we'd had this conversation. I still pretty much have everyone. If there's someone who's not here, or like everyone's still pretty much
around. Survived even COVID.
I shouldn't have said that clearly because
then it's like I shouldn't be saying. I'm taking it back.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say it.
Wow, man.
But yeah, I mean, but it's you don't want to say it's a part of life. It's always like something that people just say and move past, but it really is. Like this will hurt you. This being alive, it will hurt you.
Damn it.
It will. And this will be great.
Yeah.
That's just that.
This life thing is going to be
both of these things. You can't avoid it. You can't avoid the pain, and you can't. Well, if you try, you can avoid the greatness. I mean, if you really work hard at it, you can not be great. It's very
you can just wake up.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Or watch Netflix all day.
But the one guarantee is that it will hurt. Even when you're in bed, chilling, not watching Netflix, it will that pain will find you.
Justice.
And it's there. And it's the dealing and how you navigate, but you can't you can't think it doesn't exist.
The concept of death, I've read enough to understand it. But like I said, I haven't experienced it immediately. I lost my aunt early this year, my mom's youngest sister. I was pretty close with her. I used to visit her more often than probably everyone else. Because she lived alone, and I felt bad that she lived alone. So I would go quite often very quietly and not tell anyone that I was going there. Exactly. Even now, she gave me a what's that? A teddy bear, which I still have. It doesn't fit in my home. Like it looks like it doesn't belong.
It's the odd thing
exactly.
out.
But it's there, and I'm happy. It's yellow, like it's bright yellow. You can't ignore it. It's there, and I'm happy that it's there. And because it's one of the few references I have. She gave me just like, take this. I have it and I don't need it. So I realized that the pain of losing her has been great. But for some reason, I've navigated through it quite relatively easier than I thought I would. And how have you dealt with losing such great men in your life?
Yeah, the tears took a while, as I was saying. Until two people, my grandmother and mother, right? Until like I was saying,
that moment,
me and kind of went, "Yo, let it out." And then my dad's funeral was also very tough. You kind of let it in terms of tears. This is, but in terms of emotion, it's still something to deal with.
Of course,
it's because my dad and I had as a kid, I wasn't the biggest fan of my dad.
I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah,
because in your story, he didn't feature.
Yeah.
In the journey about music, he didn't feature even once.
So they divorced when I was 6. Yeah, no, in 96. Not when I was 6. In 1996.
Yeah,
and it was shaky marriage towards the end. And we got. Were
you conscious of that?
Witness of that? Yeah, we kind of got to see some of it. And so I wasn't the biggest fan. But as I grew. I kind of got close and I spoke to my dad about it. We had the conversation about just how I felt about my childhood and this, that, and the third. And, and he kind of mans up and kind of goes, everything bad than it. So my dad was funny. Like, he'd acknowledge it, but like in a very,
And I guess that's how he dealt with stuff like that.
He's not crying. I'm gonna tell you.
So you caught him crying.
Yeah, I did. We had a great relationship now.
Yeah. How long did that last? Long enough?
Yeah, it lasted long enough.
Yeah.
We had a great relationship for a while.
Wow.
It's not something I did now to kind of speak to him about it. I think it was around during the autopilot times.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd spoken about a lot of the stuff. It was 2017, 18.
So you got to at least address that side of your life. Yeah.
Kind of freely talk about it because it's like, that's dating.
So he acknowledged his mess ups. Yeah. And you carried on, I guess.
Yeah. So I've always been fond of, I've always liked his personality. It's just, it was always this one thing.
The stuff.
It was always the stuff. But I'd always liked him. My dad is always, it's funny. He's, he was alive. He was character, and
He's life of the party.
Somewhat. Eventually, because the party would come to him, and then eventually.
Oh yeah, you did say
and then eventually he'd make it about that, right?
Exactly.
Okay, y'all want me to do this? I got it. You know what I mean?
I'll dance.
Which is a similar type of thing with me. I won't walk in and start dancing, but it's like, okay, y'all want it? All right, you got it.
I give you.
Wow. So yeah, but we were great, man. It hurt. It hurts.
It's still very new.
Yeah. This was 2 months ago.
It sounds like he wasn't sick for long.
My dad was murdered.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. While he was putting together a funeral.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
It's the world.
Do you want to tell the story? What you know?
Nah.
It's too new.
Yeah, and also, it's still investigating and stuff.
I'm sorry, man.
Thank you.
We live in a shitty country.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, man, that's bad. And how many brothers and sisters? You said there's 2 of you. There's 3 of you. You're the middle.
There's 3 with my mother. My dad remarried. He's got 2 other brothers. So I have another brother and sister.
Yes. How close are you with those?
We weren't very close in our growing up, but this kind of brought us closer. Like, we knew of each other. We were always, like, maslangen and slangen, but it wasn't like, maslangana, we knew each other, you give me a call, it's not like a stranger or
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we were always good, so we get along.
Okay,
right?
okay,
We get along
okay,
for
yeah.
all intents and purposes. Like we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. Yeah.
And they're not, well, I'm glad to say he got married. So it wasn't these strange kids that come from nowhere and suddenly they're here and you hear go to baba na bantwana abaningi.
No, so angathi ubaba makashona vele bekanabo. Like they literally, so they both younger than me.
Okay.
You're right. So all their lives they were around my dad.
Oh.
Right? So if anything, without, I don't know how you share grief or whatever, but they were really hit hard, right? Because we kind of had a period where we weren't with time, after the divorce, they whole lives, they
from
had
beginning to end, yes.
From beginning to, it was just always there until obviously it wasn't. So they it wasn't like straight, no, it was their father.
For you, there's so many years that you speak of,
yes.
From about 2008 or so.
So yeah, I mean the divorce in 90, we'd see your time try around, but Usabelo no Kansilo were, that was their father every day.
Jeez.
Right? Like so it wasn't no strange whatever, that was their father.
Wow.
Jeez,
man.
It hit hard, I'm sure, for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, death of someone who's ill and who's sick and you're seeing them deteriorate, the mind adjusts. Not really, but it does better than the sudden news.
Feel like it almost prepares itself.
I lost a friend who passed away from pancreatic cancer. It was terrible. It still is. But, the deterioration, we saw it. One day at a time, we saw it. The visit to the hospital today was great. Tomorrow is not. And the day after is worse. And it gets worse and worse and worse until you don't even talk anymore because you can't.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess sometimes because you want there to be, for this dear friend or dear person, you want relief. Right? And then that's what maybe death is like at that point. Like, maybe, hey, because it can't not be painful.
No, dude, it was bad. The day before was the worst. She was screaming literally from beginning to end. I was there for an hour, 2 hours. She didn't say a word. All she did was scream of pain.
Jeez.
Imagine that. And
it's crazy.
It was horrible. And for the boys, and I remember the youngest boy who portrayed an image of strength way more than all of us. And then I spoke to him and he said, dude, it was the pain that bothered him. That's why the death seemed like
a relief of sense.
Do you know what I mean? It seems like, but it's not, because you lost.
It's definite, but it's So, but at least the mind would have played that role. But when with something like this, it's it never stops being a shock.
Crazy. He played the more comforting person to all of us. It's like, you mad?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I said, sorry, man. Your story. Geez, that's a big one, eh?
Yeah.
Any lessons you learned from it at all about life experience, fatherhood, being a dad, from your dad's life in your life?
I happen to do everything else. I'm a dad first.
Whoa.
I would rather not go to the Grammys if there's something else. Obviously a lesser
it's not the Grammys
or what, but if it has anything to do with it, I'm trying to make my life one where I'm there, all the time, and don't have a great excuse like, oh no, but I got work and we have money. I just, whether they understand it or not, I just want to be there. Maybe it's for selfish reasons. Maybe for me. Maybe they don't even like it when I'm around.
Well, you like it.
I just want to be around, if I hadn't had that conversation with my dad about just making things okay, he would have passed a person I didn't get along with, I don't want that opportunity to happen between my
kids. Yeah. How many do you have?
2.
Boys, girls?
Just girls.
Do you love being a dad to girls? Well, you don't have another experience.
Yeah, I don't. But sometimes I see wherever they play it, I see the boys. It's Dala Raf, listen. You know, so but yeah, I love the experience of being a girl dad. It's different. One is 4, the other is 12 now. So
big gap.
One is there's an 8-year gap, right? One thinks she's grown, and the other is just now, getting into
Teens.
great out of type stuff. Yeah,
Oh yeah, you're
teens
gonna
ones,
teens.
ish.
You're gonna
Yeah,
right now, any minute now.
Yeah, there's moods and stuff.
Oh.
Can I just go sit in my room? Why? Still last one. No, I just want to study, feel a pulele or honor. Yeah. Just different things that you're dealing with.
Digital kids,
and
man.
Just last week, this was your little nana thing, but it's. I mean, it's also like, apparently I'm the soft parent.
Who says that?
My wife.
Okay.
But it's like I don't try stop her from being a teenager because that's what she is. Try teach her what's right and wrong. Like, don't do this because don't do that. Maybe sit more because So it doesn't anger me when she wants to go to the room. I don't get angry at them. I kind of go, what can I do about this? Right? And I know eventually, just in a year or so, there's going to be a period where there's nothing I can do, where things like periods and blah, blah, and whatever, when she actually becomes a woman, then that's like, now she needs a woman.
Exactly.
It's like, I'll just play second fiddle somewhere.
Jeez.
But it's fun, man. It's you learn. I don't know where I need to get to kind of go, oh yeah, I'm the father I need to be. But
I don't think there's a book because you're a personality and she's a personality. So
there's also that, right? Like, it's like, and she's aware now because age is age. She's not only just a 4-year-old or what? She's 12. Whatever they're saying or whatever happens, if Bob Kwesta drops a terrible song and everyone hates it, she's gonna know from school.
Oh no!
Come back and be like, Dad.
Oh no! Fagu empty.
Yeah, when's nje? I'm gonna start getting things like that. She's aware of.
Oh no!
Like, but what I like is though, she's not my biggest fan. She doesn't hate my stuff. She's just not my biggest fan.
It's okay.
It's fine. In fact, I prefer it.
Yeah. Imagine if your kid was your fan.
That's crazy.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
That's tricky. And I hear the young one now knows that you're Kwesta.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She goes to creche now. It's the teachers at creche. Messed it up for me. I had this nice secret. It was fine. I was just dad. I'd say. Literally out of nowhere, came back and say, Daddy, are you Kwesta?
Go, yeah.
What?
No, I'm not.
No. Who's that? It's you. You're like, oh, man.
Damn it.
Where did you hear that? My teacher, blah, blah. So now she knows. But I don't think she knows what it is, what it means.
She will eventually.
Yeah. She's probably heard some of the songs because I have a little thing where I record and she's heard, but I don't think she thinks I'm an artist like that. She just
the brain hasn't come around it yet.
She doesn't know what the concept of that is yet, which I want to hold on to for as long as I can. But I know I will eventually.
Yeah. Would you let them do music?
Given how I came up, if they wanted to, I wouldn't have a choice.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I also didn't give my family much of a choice.
So rather you make their journey slightly easier.
Yeah.
So they don't have to sleep at
I'd accept it. I don't think it's what I wish for them now. Like, what do you want? I wish they could. I don't even think there's things that I wish that I want them to do. I honestly don't have dreams for them in terms of jobs or whatever. I do want fulfillment for them, happiness and this, that. So, and if it is in music, it wouldn't be ideal for me, which would be a selfish thing, yes. But I know, knowing me, and if they have any traits of me, there's nothing I'll be able to do to stop them. So,
because you were like that.
Exactly.
Do you like being married?
it has its moments. I mean, yeah. But the overarching thing is, yeah. But I mean, ngihlala nonke niyakwatisana niyajabulisana niyathethisana niyahleka. You know, it's, and the fact that there's a whole other family I have is pretty amazing, you know, on her end and also her on mine, you know.
It's amazing if it works.
Yeah.
Because that's a...
There's like I've seen some outside where it doesn't work, and you know, and our families get along together. So
that's amazing.
Really
so your get together is good.
Yes, it's pretty. Everyone's happy. If there's no judgment, or whatever. No, everyone's fine. Like my wife can go to my grandma one, you know, and I'm one, you know.
Wow.
Like it's as far as families go, they get along, you know. And as far as us go, we have our moments.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
It's a marriage.
It's a marriage. It's so I like it, but it's a marriage. I don't like it because it's perfect.
It's work in progress all the time.
Yeah, you never stop working at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no quarter outside. Okay. Sengzo.
So she doesn't see the Kwesta in you.
Nope.
At all.
That went away a long time ago. It went away a long time ago.
What does she call you?
It's babe or Senzo. She calls me Senzo. No one uses Kwesta
At home, of course.
No,
yeah.
no one. Not even in my family. Unless, you know, sometimes you get the uncle that will call and kind of be with friends. Hey, Kwesta.
Yeah. And it's probably used to be funny.
Yeah, now it's like, you know, it's 17 years later. We can change the joke. Musenzo, please.
Does anyone call him Fundo? You don't use that name.
No, nah, literally.
No one.
No, nobody.
How is it that name doesn't come through?
I don't know. It's just always been Senzo, and also maybe some people would have, but I replaced with Kwesta. So
so it became
like Kwesta is the second name, or in Estratini, I was always, you know, Scopo.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, I'm giving you an example of the size.
Oh, yeah, but it's not so bad.
So it was always this size, and I was small. That's give you perspective.
You were 5 years old, and the head was like that.
Yes, that's what
So your body caught up.
Yeah, pretty much. As a skinny guy with a big head, I was Scopo everywhere. I mean, if we're all standing together and somebody was Scopo, point right at me. No, I'm Scopo.
The one in the middle.
Yeah, so I was always that.
Oh no!
So, yeah, no one.
Did you embrace it? Because sometimes it's hard as a kid to carry that.
At first, I didn't. It was, you know, it was insulting.
Of course.
But see, I had friends that were relentless. Like because you don't like it,
we're gonna use it.
We're definitely gonna use it. You know.
Hey.
That's
the thing about kids,
And eventually I will Scopo. Mabati Scopo, yeah? So I pendul. Sure. Mamandla pelile.
I wonder how long did that
You are not
take?
saying no to a nickname that they decide you are. The best way to do it is to don't fight it. Bazokhathala ukukubiza. Ngiqale ngokulwa mina. Hayi wena
ungazokubiza Scopo.
Ungazokubiza ngoScopo. Oh.
But wenzani ungibiza iScopo?
Manje bona mase bajwayele ukuthi uScopo, now you can't undo that.
Nah, it's gone.
It's over.
So you have to replace it with be a great rapper and call yourself Kwesta.
Yeah, exactly. But they never gonna till today they don't call me Kwesta. UScopo. Like in the friends I grew up with, kanje nguScopo. Gaza kushintshe lutho.
That's crazy, eh?
Under cool. Headquarters.
HQ. Yeah, that's not nice.
It's not, but
you lived with it.
I did have a big head also. It was a very fair nickname. Very fair. Absolutely fair.
So you look at yourself and say, they're right.
I have some pictures of me in school and stuff, and it's like the shoulders are here, but the head is just, you know.
The head is bigger than the shoulders.
I know Scopo, boy.
I'm glad that your personality is resilient, because kids, as a child, it could affect your mind forever.
Oh, yeah. Why am I being called Scopo?
Do you know what I mean? Because it's an inferior reference. It's not a...
Yes, it's not a celebratory thing.
No way.
It's not Scopo.
No.
Yeah.
They're busy.
I always took it as the joke that they meant it as. I don't think they also meant it with militia or anything. It's just kids joking. So, and sometimes you can misinterpret that they being mean, which sometimes is true. But I don't know. I just always took it as a joke. At least when, as soon as I knew that I couldn't get it out of them. I couldn't get it out of their system to say it.
It's gone.
Scope. There's nothing I can do now.
How much of the hood and Kasi do you still carry with you in your music? How much of the texture of the township is part of your music?
A lot. A lot in terms of, especially the reflective stuff. Like if I'm talking about maybe what it took to get here, you know, I can't not mention, excuse me, Ilogishi and Nalangboya Corner, you know, and Ikatlo and K1, you know. But a lot of the stuff also, like if I'm being genuine and authentic about who I am and what I'm doing, I have to also, I can't pretend like I'm in the hood all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Logishi indawo yami ngiyafika ngishaya around my chance, you know, angilahlekanga mangisuka, you know, but I spend more time in, you know, that,
which is not the guys.
Yeah, so now there's other things I'm writing about, you know, but especially in terms of it delivered, then that's always kind of, you say it the hood way, you say it because that's the lingo of the music. I don't know how to turn that off. But as far as Nguting and what about, and it's not all just hood.
No, of course, it can't
it's not
be.
all just hood.
But it's there.
It's there. It played a big, I mean, I've always said that I don't exist without it, right? Whether the challenges that it in itself has that I had to get over, those are what make you, right? It's not the hood is great, but I don't want us to kind of paint a picture where it's just all beauty. But the hood's terrible. It has its terrible moments. And,
look,
and it has its...
I very, you know, it's wrong of me. I work really hard not to celebrate it.
Yeah. I
celebrate the good that comes from it. Things like there's a unity. Remember, I grew up in a different time in the hood. And it's probably similar because I am older than you, but not that much. So there's a similar reference to the hood of people working together and the unity in the hood. That is probably not there anymore. And I try very, very hard not to celebrate it because of how the hood was created and what was the intention of that creation.
I get you.
And how we still exist like that, exactly the same. And how we've done very little over the last 30 years, and I say 30 years, to change it. You know, if anything, we've created more of that stuff with squatter camps and informal settlements and all of that. How the life, a kid that grows up in the township tends to, their mind also gets trapped.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
This is. You're right. You're.
And I work really hard in my mind, in my soul, not to celebrate it like that. To say, it's the best, Ekasi. Because I say, no, wait a minute. This is stale bread. And know that.
Yeah.
And if you found a way to eat it with peanut butter and you created a new thing and it's great, it's nice, we enjoy it. Okay, sharp. But always remember it's stale bread. There's fresh bread, you know that. You know what I mean? There's fresh bread that somebody just baked now that you can have, and that's good bread. Don't celebrate stale bread. I'm begging you, please, not to. So, you know, so I get caught up in that conflict inside of me to say, so much has come out of the township. So much great has come out of the township. I'm from the township. This is my life is in the township.
I think the job is then to celebrate that, right? It's not necessarily about the concept of. I mean, yes, we're there to kind of not be shown the other side of things. We're put there to kind of be sidelined. This is why the result of. Like you were saying, there was when you were starting, there was no reference really. There was no reference to my end, right? But now there is, which is a big change.
I guess,
in, you know, so slowly we kind of build to that, and it's not a celebrating of, let's stay here, let's not. If you got a chance to think about the hood, please do.
Yeah.
Right? But what I'm saying is that what is in you and what you carry, you took from that place, right? And this is the community value. This is the this is knowing that there's stale bread, but us wanting more than stale bread, and knowing that there's more than stale bread.
If
you don't, then it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't have to be the hood, wherever you're from. That means you're just a stale guy if you don't want more than stale bread.
Stale bread,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So I've always kind of looked at it like that. Where it's not. I'm not just celebrating that it's just the hood. We're celebrating the good story.
Yeah.
The and also have dreams or the aspiration of getting out of here one day.
Dude.
Yes, I love it, but I gotta leave it.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
And not feel bad.
Yeah,
Not feel like you're leaving anyone behind.
No, you got it. We have the job
Let's
is
go.
to leave the hood or turn the hood into
That's it.
something to stay in.
Into fresh bread.
Exactly. So I agree with not celebrating, but it's like anything. You don't fully celebrate anything as it. It's like, you take some and you don't some.
You take what you need from
like,
it.
Oh, I like this about it. I don't like that about it. I like this about it. I come from the hood. I am from the hood. I was made in the hood.
Your
I
language.
just don't belong in the hood.
That's it.
Right? And I don't think anyone does because of the concept of how the hoods were built and why.
See, that's for me that the how and why are such important questions to the story of the hood that if we do not remember and acknowledge, we're going to celebrate it incorrectly.
Yeah.
We're going to think this is great.
Yeah, sure.
And we can't think it's great because, dude, I always look at Amachart Ndota. I mean, my Melody is next door to Silverton. I was in Silverton 2 days ago. The size of the yard always haunts me to say, Labelung, they gave themselves such big things. You can put 3 houses as a Mamelodi in one yard. And that's what they gave themselves. You know what I mean? And I would say, and it's if you are walking, it's a 30 minutes walk. It's 1 minute. You're there. It's one straight line. You're there. And I say, this is what they did. And also, townships were created in a gate. Townships in a gate. Did the entrance say one?
Oh, yeah.
They've changed over time a little bit.
But big gate.
And they would have, rail tracks. So you can't jump that damn thing. So they would have rail tracks around it. Or they would be placed around a mountain yana. So there's a hill, So it was always caged in. So it was a creation that was so clear that these people knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, for real.
And I say, these are concentrated camps, labor camps. And we took and celebrated. And I say, celebrate the culture, celebrate all of that. Because from that comes language, comes.
Yeah.
All right.
Celebrate that, but don't forget the concept of why we're here.
All the stuff was done. I think we've done enough. Because I'm a fan. Here's something that I want to go to quickly.
Yeah.
Your last album. From the slump of COVID, God Guluva. What was happening in your life after that album is released? Is that album a success, God Guluva?
Not in sales. I guess not commercially. But for my intent, yes.
Okay.
The things, I would have wished it was, but I also have to give the slack to myself because I also didn't have the energy to kind of let's remember what I was saying. I was done with the process.
The middle bit.
Yeah, the middle bit. I didn't have the energy to do the middle bit, and I didn't. And if I did, I did a terrible job. But as far as intent goes, yeah, it was. As far as commercially, no, not a lot. No.
What did that do to someone who's had the biggest hits in the country?
Oh, absolutely nothing. In fact, it helped me to kind of go, oh, it's real to not have hits again.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
So it didn't haunt you?
I mean, because you wish, I want to hit. I wanted to, but I also was aware of what I wasn't doing to kind of make it. So I wasn't too shocked of the result. It's really a result based off of my efforts or lack thereof,
Yeah.
So it made things realer. Like, oh,
yeah.
No more bubble.
This happens.
Yeah, you're not in some bubble, bro. This is, we're not flop.
Yeah, umuntu now.
Like musically, like, bakshaya ngomzimba. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Ngumuntu.
Bashaya uKwesta ngomzimba.
Like, I don't have too much praise or too much, I don't lean a lot on Kwesta, what it I lean more on the music and the process of wanting to make the music. So Kwesta makashaya ngomzimba. It doesn't mean I'm in studio.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So studio, regardless
it doesn't,
how well or how terribly Kwesta is doing.
So it doesn't hit you hard enough to say, maybe man just should go back to that soccer thing I tried when I was a kid.
I don't think anything will hit me that hard anymore. in terms of at least when it's based on reaction to music. It would have to be something else that hits me to kind of go, "Angsafun," or like, it would have to be something personal, not a
or a Lucy voice.
Yeah, well, then I'd pick up an instrument.
You still go to the studio.
I'm a wrong key. Everything is a wrong key.
Wow.
But yeah, generally, I don't know. I love and trust the Kwesta, but it's more music. I know he's still probably not done failing.
Yeah. No, yeah.
And he's not done succeeding.
That's okay.
So
That's
if he
life.
fails, you just go back to studio.
Yeah.
If it works, you go back to studio. Either way.
Do you know even Michael Jordan stopped playing basketball at some point and went back.
Yeah, right? Yeah. He tried his baseball thing.
Yeah, he tried. Like,
I'm go home.
Yeah.
And we came back with number 45. I remember.
There you go. You see, this kind of work, but that didn't really work. He sucked as a baseball player.
Yeah, it was terrible.
He couldn't catch a clear ball.
Horrendous. It was horrendous. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's that the result of a result that I don't desire won't make me not make music.
That's it. The decision to do this album with what's his name, Kabza.
Kabza the Small.
Yeah.
That was. It started also during lockdown, just when it was easing up.
22.
Yeah, it dropped in 22, but I started going to the studio in about 21 late, around December 21, and I think we started making the music only in like March, April. But,
okay.
At least that was like now album forming stuff. But generally, I went there. We'd always kind of met, and Tembi said, "Man, Melis is bad. Man, Melis is bad. Besas is bad. Man, Melis is bad. Besas is bad." And then eventually, I'm trying to address. And survive. It was like the longest time we chilled, but we first found out that we could hang. Like,
as boys,
Splome sihloko siyadlala niningi nokungena kwenye ingoma yamapiano nokungena kwenye like nje we're not working on anything. I'm just yadlala so nami nginokufoster yabona ngenza something she verse ngingazi uzophelela.
Whatever.
It was just feeling the area and the vibe and just just hanging really. And then eventually we'd done so much of that hanging and stuff and talking, and our love for Kwaito then kind of came out in some of those conversations. And one of the conversations was like, "Why is Ngaizami, Daddy? But that's easy. Okay."
Who's saying Asizami? Who's rooting for it?
No, so I don't. It's really just after a couple of songs, then one goes, I don't know who. I think it's me who's probably going. Because he's busy, right? It's very because he produces and he produces for other artists. There's a lot of people coming.
He performs. He runs a business.
Okay, now you're sharp as born, and so we start working. It's Bizo Marco, and then we're in the studio. We cooking. We're just doing, and then 3, 4, 5 songs later, like, oh, okay,
I think we have
but a side project, well, we've gone this far, let's go, make a couple more joints.
Wow.
That's really how it happened. It wasn't really, it also had we didn't sort of talk about what impact we wanted it to have in terms of what we just knew we wanted to make a Kwaito joint project. That's it. It was based off of our love for Kwaito, and then now based off of that, we're going to do another one where that's going to be a little bit more intentional with kind of going.
Mine's in your spine, man.
Okay. Yeah, manje is also spine. Aside, ukuthi ahlale ngithanda le beat ithi ngilgibele. It's like, wait, funwenza ingoma nje le ngoma, we're really going to make it a project thing.
And when should we expect? We might as well ask the difficult questions.
I don't know. With that one, it's probably next year, though. It's probably next year, not now.
But the plan is there.
I'll be dropping an album before the end of this year.
Jeez.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll be in the album. What I've been saying now, it's really not about any spots or whatever. It's really just good, positive music, rap skill, dope songs. It's the most fun I've had making an album in a long time.
What?
Yeah.
What is it about it?
I think it's my head or my state of mind where I don't think there's anything to prove. At least not to anyone. There's just stuff to prove to me. I bet you I can make an album like this. Or I bet you I can experiment with that. So it's also it's experimental. There's some of the vintage stuff and then some of the newer stuff and then some of the younger sounding stuff.
Really?
Yeah, it's not fully what you know Kwesta for, but it's not so far removed that you can't recognize me.
Is there an obvious Kwesta song, as they said on YouTube? There
the Kwesta type beats. Yes, there's a Kwesta type beat.
Are they Kwesta type beats?
There's like one. Like one. Everything else is yes, in terms of the rap style and how you'll get to know, but in terms of the beats, it's kind of flipped it up a little bit.
So you did do the uncomfortable.
Yes, I definitely did the uncomfortable. We did go into 100 East and sit down and go, let's make it difficult for me to rap. Sir. Make it difficult for me to make a song out of this. Let's figure that out.
Wow.
So I did challenge myself quite a lot, and there's quite a few collaborations also on that, which is really my thing.
Your thing, yeah.
So some from Piale, like there's Nkosa Zaratot on the album. There's traditional and classic features like Kid X, there's Oyanga, there's Black Diamond on it, there's Black Key on it. So it's like
there's singing. There's a lot of singing. Is there a lot of singing?
There's actually quite a lot of. It's very melodic.
Yeah.
It's
because I hear melodic. The names of people you mentioned.
So I didn't want to force because I write a lot of the lyrics,
including
because I don't have
including the singing.
Including some of the singing by other artists. But because I don't have the pipes for it, I kind of go, I wrote this for you. But a lot of it it's very melodic. But I rap. I don't do the singing, but there's a lot of melody infused with that.
It's ready. Is it ready?
I'm mixing and mastering right now.
What, dude? Yeah. With the technology, you can do that in one day, just so you know.
I'm old school. About that, I'll keep old school.
AI or IA.
Please mix and master for me. Reference song.
Yeah, I had a politician at AI or AIA. One of the two. IA or AI. So that's what you can do that in IA. Jeez, man.
Yeah. So, but that's what I've been up to, and that's gonna drop soon.
What is your hope for it?
No, this one I wanted to hit, but I wanted to inspire. To tell you the truth, it's. I want you to feel good after listening to it. It's not necessarily good. It's like a dance, but I want you to,
positive.
If you're gonna play it, it's extremely positive. So positive songs. There's nothing sad about something. Oh, even when I'm talking, because I've referenced like my like the losses we've just had in some of the songs, but it's the song is generally a triumphant song, regardless, right?
Okay.
That of a triumphant spirit, where even when you're talking about sadder stuff, it's like, but we'll get out of it.
Yeah.
Right? But we'll, so it's that. I want you to play it if you're playing it in your car, regardless of how you feel. You won't feel worse. You'll either feel better or just remain as happy as you were.
If you were happy.
Yeah, if you were happy. If you were sad, you'll change. And if it makes you really sadder, then maybe it's time for therapy.
It's time for intervention.
Yeah, no. We
go smoke
family
something.
meeting.
I think it's time for me, for our aunt, yes. I think it's time for our aunt,
Oh,
yeah. No, yeah.
Come on.
You're the second person this year to tell me about therapy. Look, I'm the first to say therapy is for white people.
Yeah, I was too. I mean, I really didn't believe in it. And the reason why I really got into it is because there was nowhere to go, because it was during lockdown, right? If I had the option of anything else, I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have.
Yeah, you would have hung out with the boys or something.
Then you start feeling like it's a hangout where you could just speak. It's not, because you're not required to do anything. Sometimes you just, did you watch the soccer? Did you don't, there's no requirement from you except just talking. Right?
That's it.
There's no assignments, or at least
what you did.
There was no necessarily assignments and things. I think that comes with like couples therapy, where they give you guys assignments or whatever. But if you are open to being open, and eventually, and then you start getting comfortable about talking. This is why then you don't put all this burden onto. That's why I don't put all this burden onto my music. It's like music.
There's an outlet.
Yeah,
now.
Music can just be music.
Jeez.
I can try tell broader stories. Maybe tell your story or tell a story of something I saw. I don't necessarily always have to be, which is true, but I don't have to put
do
that burden on
that.
music.
Yeah. Because and that's why hayi man. Therapy. Yotshela umuntu angimazi nokumazi ngele ndaba zami.
That's the best person to tell.
Ume kancane.
Lo maziyo wazi nalomunye owaziyo. Bazothi mabahlangana athi hey. Yazi ngingamboni nje.
Ubhizi wenzayo. Kunzima.
Yabona, okungcono umuntu ongakwazi ongazi uzotshela bani. Ngoba akekho umuntu omaziyo naye omaziyo.
And unesecrecy. Bangatshela abantu. Uzoluza license.
Yeah, yena usejivini yabona.
Jesus. And also my theory ukuthi so I have to relive these stories. Bah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No. They're heavy enough already on my own. Now I have to relive all this mess.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared. That's been my issue with therapy. And you're saying, would you recommend it?
I don't know if it's for everybody, to be very honest. If you're willing to be open and talk, then yeah, I do recommend it.
Mm.
But if you're not, and also I think it depends on also, sometimes you need the right therapist.
How do you even say?
I'm sure, I don't know if there's the wrong therapist, but
sure
for umuntu ongakwazi ukukhuluma or ongathanda ukukhuluma, ngigcine ngikhuluma. So I think ngringena umuntu osharp, but I've known many other people that I know and trust that I love, but who couldn't get me to talk. Right? So it's like shooting to
pull all of that.
Nabanye abantu engibaziyo engibathembayo engibathanda kodwa abakwazi ukungikhulumisa ukuze ngikhulume, so I think as far as recommending it, yes, but I also think you just need the stroke of luck or read reviews or whatever or of the right therapist. I don't think it's
for everyone.
Just because you're going to therapy, and also it doesn't mean because you're going to therapy everything's fine.
And you'll be fine.
Yeah, no. No. You go to therapy and die.
But has it helped? Has it helped you?
I'd like to believe so. And if I am in a bubble, then I like it. Right?
If you're high on something, it's fine.
Yeah, give me more of that. Right? Give me more of that. But yeah, I'd like to believe so. I'm a little more accepting of things, and also I put a little less pressure on myself. Right? In general, like I'm not Kwesta the superhero. What I'm?
Yeah, who can lift a house?
Yeah. No. I'm just the guy. This is why then Kwesta's failures or whatever don't necessarily hurt or stop me from
just living.
Yeah, I'll live. I'll be fine. Hey, I sound hard to talk. Let's keep it moving. You know
we got another one coming.
Yeah,
I'm glad you still listen to my stuff.
It's
jeez.
Just I think that's generally where I'd like to play around in that sort of space where I used to grow up when I was coming up. I used to think there was no difference between Senzo and Kwesta, And now the older I get, I want there to be a distinct difference between the two.
What is different about Senzo?
Well, Kwesta is just an excuse to make music, right? Or to release music.
Yeah.
All of it is carried by Kwesta's Senzo's spirit, right? That's it, and his talent. Kwesta is a name people can get familiar with.
Senzo
is the reason why Kwesta is a name, but are you
a homebody from the guy who used to be out in the streets all the time?
I hate going out anyway.
Whoa.
I don't hate it, but if my preference is to be indoors.
And what do you do at home?
I sit, I play with the young ones, I write, I watch stuff, I think about ridiculous concepts that are, I imagine, I fantasize, I don't know. I'm in my space. Because also, if I go out, I'd have to obviously be with the tribe I know and trust who don't care for Kwesta. Because if I just go out as just me, Kwesta gets in the way of a lot of things.
Of normal life.
Yeah, like...
Dude, having started recording this damn thing...
Flipped everything on his head.
Being on radio is the easiest thing for me because They didn't know how I looked like.
It was always, and maybe until you spoke, but generally about club.
And even when you speak, they're not sure.
No, that's how it sounds like. And then
Yeah. Then it moves on. Hey,
and now you put visuals to the thing. Yep.
Look, don't worry, I'm not complaining. I'm not at all. Trust me, I'm happy. But there's love that comes my way. But it's a new job. This.
Yeah. I like that you say that. it's for a good 17 years I've had one job. Now I have a new job.
Which is in this context?
I act now.
I know. You've recorded a movie.
Yeah. No,
You've just shot a movie.
Yeah.
What is that movie? What is that?
It's called Piano Love.
Hey, my tot.
Yeah.
So
but
it's a story, this. Not documentary style.
No. It's a movie. I'm a character.
Somebody wrote lines.
Yeah, lines that I had to learn and say, yeah, I'm fully in a movie that's about South African music culture, predominantly in this case, piano, but with the inclusion of hip hop and dance and the element of the hood and the challenges and love, and family. It's like a story. It's in depth. It has depth. It has substance. It's not as say, look at us, we're two characters who fall in love because they make piano. It's got depth. It's real. And it was my kind of first
acting role.
Yeah. Well, in terms of actual acting.
Did you enjoy it?
I did after I got over the fear.
What was the fear?
It was just, I hadn't done anything new in 17 years. Everything is always it's new because you are working with this artist for the first time, but it's really the same thing. It's new because you are performing on this stage, but you've really performed before. It was never really new, So this was completely new. It was it's the first new thing I'd ever done. So I'd always toyed with the idea in the back of my head, I was as my own thing. Never really took it seriously, obviously, or did anything about it. So Umandla N from Black Brain called me about this role, and ngala.
I thought you say bloody hell. I was excited.
No, as why ngalile. It's not even because I thought it out and I said no. I said no immediately almost.
Oh,
man, idea sharp. Plus, even that day, the day you called me, was my sister was getting lobola and I was there negotiating. Hey, cool, my God. So
never done that, eh? You beat me on that one.
Oh yeah,
never negotiated a malobol.
I don't think I'll ever do it again because I had one sister. So
no, unless
I get hired.
Unless you are,
yeah. I don't know if I did a great job though. So I haven't gotten hired since. So I don't think I did a great one. I get kulumi.
Okay.
And two of my other cousins have gotten married since.
Go hell. I did not know more shit. So much.
So yeah, it was and I said no, but I said no because of fear, right? I got in my way, and I was like,
yeah,
right? Because it's acting, it's art. I like it. I've always liked and appreciated watching it from afar.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I like the drama, and I like the comedy. I know actors' names like the back of my head. I tell you, I go, oh, that's that. I even know the styles of how movies are shot. I'll go, this looks like
Scorsese's movie. Yeah. This looks like a Guy Ritchie movie.
I like that. Yeah, Guy Ritchie would do The Gentleman and this, that. I like movies, and I always have, but it's always been a like thing. So what scared me was to be a part of it. I was afraid.
Whoa.
Right? More than I thought this out now. It's not a good idea for brand Kwesta. No, I was afraid.
It's off brand.
I was afraid, right? But we spoke with Mandla, and
he tried to convince you.
He
didn't say, all right, Sharp, I'll call.
No, he
Kwesta.
Yeah, he kind of went back and kind of went, nah, let's
try again.
And the more I got it, the more I opened myself up to the idea. The more I listened to him, the more I opened myself up to the idea, and the less I thought about the result, right, or what the consequence or whatever.
People
right? I just stopped getting in my own way.
Yeah,
right? I was like, hey, it's ngsuka, and I was like, hey man, I actually want to do this. If I'm being honest with myself.
What did mommy
I
say
want
at
to do
home?
this.
What did your wife say?
Are you sure you really want to do this? Like, yeah. I mean, you've never done it before. I mean, we'll take a class here and there, and we'll get into it. I got the script. I hadn't had the script. Should I just go take the script?
And then
the script, and
I would have said no to the very end.
you would never switch.
Never.
But that's the thing. I've always had it in the back of my. I just had to make it travel to the front of my. But it's also a long travel because
the head is big. Took
took quite a bit.
Jeez.
So when we started, I mean, the first thing, however, so there's like a reading. So it's not just a bunch of amateurs. I'm around. I'm in the room
would
with
not
like
work with a bunch of amateurs.
yo. Forget, man.
And how prominent is this character?
He's pretty much. There's two leads, and he's one of them. It's not a cameo. It's not a cameo at all.
He Costa Rica.
Yeah, pretty much. It's Costa Rica. It's not. No, it was literally almost on call every time there was a shoot. Right? There was not a day where we didn't need that character. Right? It's just always everywhere.
So he gets a lot of screen time.
Yeah, he gets he gets a lot of screen time.
Whoa.
But also it's like I connected with the Bruder because the character. Because his story is similar. Yes, there's a stretch because it's a movie. There's dramatization
absolutely.
things, but
embellishments.
In terms of coming from where he's from and going to where he's going and falling off and
picking himself up.
Like, did you write a movie about me, bro? You know what I'm saying? But that's also what helped about. That helped me kind of connect and say yes eventually because I knew that guy.
Yeah,
right? I really knew him. I was like, oh. I know him. I know this. Bruder.
So you were you able to transfer the emotions of your own life to this character?
Yeah, I tried to do that. I mean, as far as how good or how was I able, or you'll let me know because it's out
when we watch it.
Yeah, but I tried to really do that. I did, and that thing works. It's also quite therapeutic. And yeah, it was like a very emotional scene. I had to kind of cry, and I knew I had to cry, but it's gonna be tough to cry knowing I have to cry. Like I don't just turn the cry on.
No.
And I did.
Real actors can do that.
Exactly. Right? And I'm like,
you'll
I'm
be
not
a
just
real
gonna
actor
cry.
soon, not now.
That's what I said this other day. Actually earlier today, or Rizal. I was like, oh, you're an actor now. I said, nah, I think you earned that. I acted in the movie. I think that the actor thing kind of
comes with time.
Yeah, will come with time.
Yeah. If you're part-time at a restaurant, you're not a waitress. You'll become one.
You'll become one eventually.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But right now, I should try.
Exactly. If you rapped once and you sent it to
I know I'm not a rapper.
To Lindelani, it doesn't mean you're a rapper, right?
I'm not a rapper.
Yeah. So it's that.
Actually, I know it. Because of that experience. If I didn't do that, I'd probably still think I'm a rapper. There'll probably be more like, songs.
Absolutely not. I'm absolutely not a rapper.
Never.
Anything and everything but.
Exactly. See, Bomba Bena thought he was a rapper. That's the problem. And we all thought we could do what he was doing.
If Pop can do it, we can do it.
That's the problem. And there are people who criticize him and say he never rhymed once. But anyway, that's a story for another day. We don't speak ill of the dead. May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah, may rest in peace.
I want to talk about that moment, the reading.
Yeah.
Were you intimidated?
Yes, very much. First of all, I was the only one who was doing this for the first time. Right? That's already...
Yeah.
And that needs to forget. But also like how I was very... I didn't walk in there, yo, Kwesta, I'm in a movie.
You couldn't have.
Boom, beggar, I can read. No, I literally said it to everyone. I'm gonna need everyone to walk with me here and guide me through this thing. You guys know this and have done this before. I'm happy to be here, but I just know that I'm not here as a person who thinks they know everything.
Hold my hand.
Yeah, exactly. And we started the reading, and since the reading all the way throughout the movie, my hand was being held. I was being, everyone was participating. And when I wasn't sure, I'd also ask, maybe instead of, and I asked me, it was like a whole participation of everything, of everyone, in terms of how the character comes out in the movie. It wasn't an ego-driven, I can do anything, I'm multi-talented Kwesta. Yes, I am, but it wasn't really driven by
I don't
that.
think you're that kind of guy anyway. Who?
But I could have tried to hide it, right? And
but
and
again,
not expose it. To
no. Again, but my point still works. I don't think you're the kind of guy who would want to hide behind the facade of I'm a star, because having one observed your career and having spoken to you today, dude, I don't know this.
Exactly.
I don't know what I'm doing.
But also, what you don't want to do is disrespect it as an art form, right? So you want the help.
True.
You want the hands. You want the tips. You want the class. You want the hand gestures. You want everything that you can get. You want around you. Because also I watch a lot of movies and I go, that was terrible, right? And this might happen in terms of performance.
Say that about
but
you.
if it does, it happens not because I didn't try and get everything I could to be able to do it right. You understand? Or get everyone's hands in it to be able to. Also, Mandla as a director is pretty incredible. Like it makes you comfortable. At times he's actually to do a very hard thing. Like, huh?
Dude, I can't do that.
No, that's no. I need a stunt double for that.
But you're just opening the door.
Yeah, my left or right? I don't know.
Wow, man.
But yeah, it was an amazing experience, man. After 17 years of having made music and this, that, and the third, it's probably up there with like the greatest experiences of my life. It was really one of the newest, obviously, in 17 years. I mean, there's personal things like, you have babies, you get married, blah, blah, blah. Those experiences are new, but in terms professionally, it's always been, you record, you perform, you shoot a video. You record, you perform, you shoot a video. So this new thing it's the first time I'd done something new, and boy, did I enjoy it.
Wow.
Boy, it was insane.
Have you watched it?
No, not as we speak right now.
You haven't?
No. We'll watch it together when we premiere.
Have you watched scenes?
Yeah, I've seen some scenes.
What do you think of your performance as a couch movie critic?
I need to win a mosquito. Because when Zauta, it's a mosquito, right?
When it's South African, it's a mosquito.
No, man. However, I'm proud, right, of first having done it, and also first being able to look at a scene and not look away.
Okay. It's like, oh,
can we take that again? It's like,
we're done.
Yeah, like 7 months later, bro? No. Okay, edit me out of the whole movie.
So you don't have that?
No.
With the few scenes you've seen?
Yeah. No, I don't have that at all. And eyes wide open when I come on. It's like, okay. Because I'm also trying to see and watch, and in my head, regardless of how great you think I did, I always want to try and improve it. Regardless of how terribly you think I did, I always want to improve it.
That's true. Even how great you've done it, you'd probably still say.
That's why the whole thing is like, it's like a new job, like you were saying. It's a new job. This is not for me something that, take it off.
So you
I'm
consider it as a new game.
I'm going to study it. I'm going to go look for jobs, go audition, go fail.
So you want to do it again?
Go fail. I'm going to act again, yes. Well, that's probably dependent on how good I get. But on what jobs I get. But definitely, it's not something. I'm not doing this and closing the door.
You like it?
Yeah, I do. I really liked it. I after the fear came wonder and blissfulness, and why haven't I done this?
I could have done this years ago.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
I really enjoyed it.
I think I used to think acting was easy until I interviewed Warren Masemola. And then I said to him, lento I shy.
I like the camera,
and then he said, all right, try do this. He gave me a little thing to do. That's when I said, it's like watching Dr. Kubali Dalipol. We all think we can pull it off.
Yeah, because how it makes it look. Man, you just.
Do you know what I mean?
Until it's time to do it.
Then you realize, I don't have the legs.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing, and you don't one take it through everything. You take a couple takes, you get it wrong quite a lot until you get it right.
Yeah.
It's I think that's not just an experience that is special to me. I think that's generally what happens. Just it's a bunch of takes. It's
Get it
till you
right.
Get it right.
Even professionals.
Yeah.
Say, hey, let's
but
do
I mean,
that again.
You know, I'll get it wrong 128 times, but a professional just do it 12 times and they're fine. You know?
Piano Love, check it out on Netflix. My gosh, that's a birth of a new career.
Yeah.
Like for real.
Well, as far as my efforts go, you know, I'm definitely not stopping.
Yeah.
Doing it. Like I'm saying, studying. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna whatever and I'll learn what it takes to do, and I'll keep doing that. I'll go to that audition. I'll go to that audition. Small part there. Go to that audition. Fail at that. Go to that. But it's a thing.
So it's going to be.
It's a thing I'm taking on. It's not a. Kwesta made this or Kwesta was a part of this. It's a Senzo thing now. Senzo wants to act.
Yes. Senzo wants to act.
Yes.
There's a movie all on its own.
Senzo wants to act.
Or Senzo Lends to Act. There's the name of a band.
We could.
Michael Lends to Rock. I wish you well, my man.
Yo, thank you so much.
I called someone whom I think you have great respect for. Let me look for it. And we had a chat about you and, you know, the stuff you've done and so forth.
Yeah.
And he sent me a voice note and I asked him, I said, I'll play it. You don't have to see the name. You'll just hear the voice. Trust me.
You're one of the guys that the highest mountains anticipate to be rewarded with the view and experience of some of the beautiful things of the world. The only thing the universe asks you to do is to stay bold, courageous, humble, and true to yourself. So the challenge you really have is constantly believing the world will provide, regardless of the temporary situations or adversities you could be in. For me, I say, keep the faith. You've done great and will continue to do greater. Thank you for being a testimony and even validating the reason or the why I and many more other people should believe in others before everyone else does. Keep shining.
Slicker.
Yeah, I could hear. I could hear. If there's a verse, there's a voice I know distinctly, and a person who knows me in this industry for this long is that guy. Is the guy who gave me a shot, man.
Yeah,
I love that guy so much. Last time I spoke to him, got really emotional a little bit. But we always have these type of chats.
Jeez.
I really appreciate that, man. You know, without him risking to give me a platform and giving me that call back after being thoroughly convinced by JJ, none of this exists. None of this exists.
Man.
Shout out. Thank you for that, man. That means a lot.
You're most welcome. He regards you very highly. And there's something that he spoke about how your mom truly believes in you.
Yeah.
But there's nothing special about it.
Yeah.
What's special about it is that your mom sees the potential, sees the power, the electricity inside the plug.
Yeah. Yes.
And says all you have to do is put something there. It'll light up. Exactly. And for me, when I see that, it's such a special thing to say your mom's believe in you is not complicated, really. It's just someone that sees yeah.
It's pretty insane, man. My mom's unbelievable. I mean,
wow.
It's yeah, she does believe me and she tells me and I see it and she'll tell you if you ask, she'll tell anybody, like
amazing.
Yeah, she's pretty intentional about it.
Yeah. I want to close this by asking you to say a few words about a few people. Your wife.
My wife is my strength. My wife is when I'm not, or when I don't feel like I'm at full capacity, my wife is there to do that without making me feel like she just did that for me. It's almost slightly automatic. I've known my wife for a long time, and she's for the most part remained the same with the growth, and with growing you lose beliefs, you gain other beliefs, you believe you change. My wife has never changed, and she's never said things to me to please me. You know, she can tell me some very harsh truth, and I don't like that very much, but it helps. You know, my wife's everything, man. She's an amazing mother, an amazing wife, an amazing cook. You know, I don't have a favorite restaurant because of her.
Wow.
It's insane. Yeah, but I love my wife, man. It's outside of family. I think my wife and I have the longest relationship that I know. So
even the friends come and go.
yeah. So and all of it by choice. It's not, my blood. What can I do? It's she's been there, and I've been there. I hope for her too.
Yeah.
And she's doing a lot of things also. It's not just some deep stuff. She's working. She's busy. She's she's up and down, and she's she's gonna do amazing things that she'll announce, and look out for what she got going on. Because on top of just carrying me up, she's also carrying herself up. So yeah, I love my wife, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
About the kids?
I hope the kids find happiness and don't base it off of what they see in mom or dad or TV, right? I hope they become themselves fully, right? And unapologetic about it. My wish for my kids is fulfillment and prosperity in fields that they love.
Yeah.
So I don't wish them jobs. I just wish them to be paid by stuff they love. And yeah, make friends, go out there, grow, go get educated, this, that. I hope I have the money for it, but
You'll
if
be
I
all
don't,
right.
we'll figure it out.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Yeah, love those rascals too.
To your brother and sister. Is it brothers and sisters? Because there are others. They're extended
Brothers and
family.
sisters.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, stay strong. I know our loss was pretty big, especially to Sabelo, who then, lost again. Amandla, just stay strong and know that there's love on our end and my end. I know you have the strength and the smarts to do and be anything. So go out there and be that. That's what Dad would have wanted. So let's try to do what Dad wants, and then what we want. And to my older brother, thank you. I mean, the role you've played, he's played like a big role since the passing of my dad. He's dad now.
Jeez. He has to take the fort.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's been holding it down so much for everybody, and I have conversations about it with my wife. I think he's doing too much. I think he needs to calm down, But he takes it within his stride, and he holds it on, and you'll never see when he's going through some things. So he's not much of a talker. So he's probably going to call me when he sees this. But yeah, I love him too, man. I love him so much, and I appreciate how he stood for his entire family and just legacy of time. He's dad, and that's not pressure, but that's just something he just dived into himself.
The guys who gave you your first break, the guy whose house we slept in. Konjubani.
Oh, Mkolo.
Yes.
Mkolo njaya Mkolo. Mkolo, yeah, we have a great relationship. Mkolo out jump it.
Yeah.
When I love corner. I wonder wenzani,
Yeah.
No. Love Mkolo. I thank him. I mean, we shared a great love for hip hop together. We still do.
As kids.
Yeah. It's like it's been moving since. Mkolo's my brother. He's the one guy who didn't like having to keep me in that house, but there was. I'm stubborn also.
You forced
very
yourself
tough to do anything
to sleep on the couch.
Yeah, it's get fun, But shout out for that, man. It takes a big man. And then eventually later on, when there was a studio in that house, built a studio and things like that. With Smith no Calvi, shout out to them. Smith, rest in peace, But yeah, so it was just, again, another person whom without then this Kwesta thing is
just an idea.
Yeah.
Wow.
So just an idea.
Who's Moses Clady?
Moses Clady. Damn. Moses Clady was a guy I went to school with. straight on. When I started the rapping thing, it was very tough to tell anyone that I rap, and he appreciated the poetry. He did it also. Like I was talking about on YFM with Root Boy. He appreciated that, and when we found that out, and we started like rapping to each other, and we started this little group with juveniles, and then there was a lady called Sipati who also then later on kind of also vibed with what we were doing, and she joined. You know, he was like one of the first people I shared my love for umculo with, you know, outside of Udona vele. Udona's looks FL, you know.
Lo was the school
Yeah,
guy.
this is now the school guy with whom I've never shared anything with anyone in the school front, you know. And also my friends from the other side, right? So endlini kwaZudona kuphela. Like Udona ngayilestrata, Dona no Brian. Abanye
They don't
anything.
know.
And Moses Cladeskele. Yo, shout out to Moses, man.
Yeah.
It was a pretty dope rapper. It was a pretty dope rapper also.
Early days, eh?
Yeah, very early days. High school was crazy. It was crazy.
Now,
ghetto fellas.
I want you to say something about your colleagues, fellow rappers, aka.
Oh no. Jeez. Never be another, you know, in terms of aura, in terms of just. I was talking to Uyanga Chief just the other day, and we're just talking about, not just the other day, in fact, yesterday, and we're just talking about his process of making music, and it was lame. So I was never really privy to a lot of the process, because unless we were on the song together. Uyanga, they made a couple songs together and worked on albums, and we was just talking about that. And it's so fascinating how, you know, he'd approach music, you know, and you could see that he cared for music. You know, he wanted a perfectionist of sorts. He wanted it to sound. He cared about South Africa and the South African music, which is why he always kind of sampled from all the generations. He respected that, and he wanted all his generation and younger to know and be aware
that there's been this before
you know, exactly. And he had a certain respect for the process, and then he had obviously this big, massive sort of aura, you know, when he came out.
Larger than life.
It was larger than, filled up every room, you know what I mean? That's what he was pretty much the full package in terms of an entertainer, you know. It also just wasn't for show. It was also in the back end, you know, in the creation process. He was, yo man, Keenan's really one of the best to ever do it, in every sense of the word. There's a lot of times there's guys who are great at rapping, you know, like, oh, he's a great rapper. You know, he can jump on any beat, rap. Keenan was like was full.
Great entertainer.
Complete. Great entertainer, great producer, great rapper.
Wow.
You know, he was complete.
Yeah.
He was very complete, and it was sad to lose him the way that we did, you know. Once again, may he rest in peace, and prayers and blessings to the family, man. We really lost one in the mega.
Reason?
Reason Ninja I am. Reason is from my hood. I've known Reason for quite a while. Very long time.
Because at some point he was over there. He was an aspiration, wasn't he?
Yes, definitely. Reason I looked up to I wanted to do what Reason was doing.
Yeah.
You know, when he was doing the stuff with Outrageous and or Proverb and everyone. I mean, that guy had songs with Proverb, and he just walk around the hood. What? You know? Like, you know, so he's amazing. Shout out to Reese. Love Reese, man. I need to get familiar with Sizwe Alakain, but I really love Reese.
That's why I said Reason. I know. That's why I left it there. Because that's the guy you aspired to be like. You know, Reason. Not the...
Reason is the inspiration.
Not alkaline. Alkaline.
I guess it's a morphing of a Reason and an alter ego thing, and respect, man, and love. Not only just from the hood, just as a rapper, he's always been dope. You know, he's always made dope songs. He's just always, and he also does so much for other artists, like in terms of writing and the creative process of other artists. You know?
Yeah.
So his input in the game is really still here and still pumping after having inspired the likes of me. So shout out to that. That's soldiering on for real.
You know, my list is so long, but I'll keep it short. Proverb.
Thank you for everything. Thank you for, you know, Letter to My Ex. The Book of Proverb is an album. You know, thank you for those little jingles you used to do in the YFM mornings. Thank you for just the inspiration also of how you've defined growing from that dope rapper to to the man in person
To
you are now,
Grootman.
to Grootman El Kelezile, you know, El Shaide idol situation. You know, it's like it's so well put together, and it's so inspiring to see that it doesn't all end with just, oh yeah, he was here and then he wasn't. You know, you
There's
put
a
it together very
you have to
gentleman-like
like
also.
the change of careers.
Yeah, it's
And
like
still
and
stay-
still be together
Yeah,
about it, you know,
yeah.
not almost looking shaky, you know. So yeah, shout out for that, and thank you for the bars and the inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pro kid.
thank you for Kwesta, right? Like,
It wasn't for
yo,
him.
thank you for relocation. And I'm sure ringela na babai, you know, even if you bowling on your rap, like you've always just liked rap, you just on the side, you know, he kind of made you believe that you could rap just about this. Like it was always enough. Like he kind of made me believe what we have is enough, and we could talk about this. We don't have to fake this, that, and the third, or fake that. You know, he was just so real about what was happening around him, and the way and the skill in which he did it, and the greatest of all time in my, without a doubt, in my opinion. You know, never be another. Once again, this is pure rap skill. This is unbelievable talent in terms of skill and rapping and just. And a representation of the hood, you know,
The use of
represent
language.
everything that I wanted to be in a rapper. He was,
Yeah.
right? And that is direct and very direct inspiration of Kwesta. You know, yes, Kwesta may have now found the sound and found it, but it all came from listening to that Grootman. You know,
Yeah.
may his soul rest in peace, man. Jeez, what a
guy.
there's no Kwesta without it. There is absolutely none whatsoever. I'm just a guy who listens to rap if he's not rapping.
You're not
He made
you're
me
not
want to
Kwesta.
rap. Yeah, I'm not Kwesta. I only rap because I heard him.
The list is long, but I'll say this one this way. What do you have to say to the song Ngutu? If you had to say something, if Ngutu was an entity that you could have a chat with, what do you have to say to it?
I don't know what made you visit me when you did in that studio session, but geez, thank you. You changed a lot of people's lives, you know, not just mine, but you changed a lot of lives. I mean, you went there and I woke up and you were just in my head and I spoke and you came out. And shout out for, you know, coming out, you know, like, the impact you've had has been insane on hip hop, on the music industry of South Africa, on the youth and urban culture of South Africa, on me, on all the artists involved, on, you know, just everybody, on the country. Yeah, you've had such an impact, and, you know, thank you for visiting me and not allowing me to ignore you.
In conclusion, to the rap life, guys.
I love you. I miss you.
Yeah. It's Coco Tiam.
Thanks.
That's Kwesta, everybody. That's the actor. Get it right.
Well, I've acted. I will be an actor.
Thank you, Tiam.
No, thank you, Grootman. Love.
I have a lot of love for what you do. I have a lot of love for your skills. And I realized I didn't know as much as I needed to. So I spent the last 4 days
Just diving in.
consuming so
thank you.
much of your material, not only the music, but also the, you know, your passion for words, you know, your love for family, your love for the wife. There's a video of yours where you're asking each other questions about each other. It's like, that's how
I
much
remember
stuff
us doing
I've
that. Yeah, you
consumed.
went in.
I went really
Yo, you went in. You deep dived for real.
like prop. I was in a dark web. I was in the dark web finding your stuff. So
No, man, thank you.
yeah,
Thank you so much, Grootman.
I'm a fan of what you do. I've always loved what you do. And at some point, for a split 44, maybe 5 minutes, I didn't like you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I have this thing I do on radio where I invite different people, like famous people, politicians and so forth,
Yeah.
and to come to bring songs, and I have songs, and we see who's got better taste in music. I've been doing it for years, long before it became a thing on COVID, where it was called Versas. Exactly.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a long, long time. When your song Ngutu was a hit, I invited And let me say this and correct myself. It continues to be a hit. Songs like that are hits forever. You know, it's Abomalaika's destiny.
Yeah, it's on
In
God,
Kalagata,
yeah.
whatever you do, you'll never shake it. I invited Phil Mbalula,
Oh yeah.
and he brought his music, and I had mine. And he played Mgutu. I don't even remember what I played, and I don't think there's anyone who remembers.
Did you lose?
Hands down, like I lost my pride.
Oh man.
I lost everything.
It's sad.
I became a new person.
I had it.
So I remember, he stood up and he was dancing. You know when someone
I'm winning this one.
like whatever you do, I'm
You're
winning
not
this
beating
one.
this.
And I probably in some R&B Luther Vendros thinking that my listeners know.
No man, these ones.
I know my listeners. You know that attitude. I know my listeners. Lembutu is young. But let me tell you. Like there was no point in playing anymore after that because of that song. So that's why for 5 minutes I didn't quite like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wish you well, my man.
Thank you.
I really do. I think you're an amazing, amazing star. Because I'm talking about good, I've talked about Casper. Sorry I didn't mention him. What do you think about? What do you have to say about?
Yo, man, he's currently the artist of the decade in terms of impact. I mean, the Fill Up series speaks on its own. The impact in hip hop, the impact in culture, the impact in just being from Mafikeng, you know, walking all the way to Joburg behind the van, if I got the story correct, you know, having lived up to what WHP had seen in him and more, you know, and still grinding today. Man of God now found Jesus and he's speaking loudly about it and boldly. And, you know, he's always been a guy who's never been afraid to kind of say it. Always inspiring, you know, shout out to Cass, man. Yo, shout out to Cass. So his impact's undeniable. May he keep going. May God bless him.
Yeah. That's how we close it. Thank you so much. And do you know, I don't know if I asked you to say something to your mom.
I spoke to her before I got here.
So grand. I like you acknowledge her so much. And to your dad.
I'm sorry that, you know, I know it was taken fighting, you know. I refuse to believe that he just let it happen. And I'm sorry that he lost that fight, but whatever we can continue, we will.
Yeah.
Miss you.
Yeah. Thank you, Tiam.
Shap.
Thank you so much. Wow. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
King David Studio Podcast.